Okay. I'm a little tired right now. I do have to apologize. I've been sleeping kind of weird. I've been sleeping kind of goofy. Good, whatever. Don't worry about the cookies thing. Okay. Um. Yeah. So this chapter is weird as fuck. Let's just get that out of the way. The chapter is weird as shit. Very strange chapter. Very strange chapter. Um. Have some music on for myself. You guys shouldn't be able to hear it. It should be okay. Perfect. Okay. Um there's a lot to cover right now for this chapter. But the biggest thing I'm just kind of noticing is just like I walked into this chapter expecting answers and I got answers and I got more questions. And I feel like that seems to be a repeating thing we keep getting. I think did you guys notice that? Have you noticed that for the past 386, 387, 388, 389, and 390 have all just been questions, 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 questions. And for every answer we get, there's another question. And there's literally no it really feels like there's no way we're gonna get answers unless we just Kazuya actually has to talk to Chizuru. That feels like the case. So this chapter being presented from Minnie's POV feels on purpose. This chapter being presented from Minnie's POV feels really on purpose. Because so far, again, if we go back to the past few chapters, 1, 2, 3, 4, the past 4 chapters have been all revolved around Minnie. That's a lot of Minnie's involvement. She's literally this is supposed to be their thing. And Minnie has been the center of this for the past 4 chapters. I think that alone says a lot. I think that alone says a lot. Now, I think this chapter is kind of like kind of a bundle of lies and truths, and you can't tell what the fuck is in between because you don't know what is a lie and what is a truth. Because of the way that you're seeing it from Minnie's POV and because of the way Chizuru's handling it. I also think this chapter intentionally reinforces the current hatred towards Chizuru's character. It is on purpose. He is so aware. There is no shot Reiji doesn't know. Reiji is totally aware of the hatred towards his character right now. And the fact, here's the easiest way. I can prove this to you without a question. Doesn't this feel like an excuse? Doesn't Chizuru's wording here, I've decided I won't have a boyfriend until I'm done with it, feel like an excuse? And for anyone who would jump into this chapter hoping for progress, seeing the kiss, seeing this and thinking to themselves, what the fuck? Why would she give another excuse? This is just Reiji dragging. He's just dragging the manga. Isn't this your immediate thought upon reading this? Doesn't this come to your head? And even people like Verkez who defend Chizuru on Reddit and stuff when Reddit has just been on her fucking case nonstop, literally said, I'm kind of starting to get it. And I think that's by design. I think he is doing this on purpose, and he's fully aware this is how people feel. And he's tripling down on it on purpose. Because I think he's getting ready to pull the rug from under our feet. And whether that works or not, I don't know. I'm not going to pretend like I completely understand this chapter, as I think this chapter requires context. I think we're missing very key context here. Chizuru's dialogue to Minnie is 2 pages long and a few sentences. And Minnie doesn't even get an answer to her question. Minnie asks a question, she doesn't even get an answer to her question. Did you notice that? Chizuru asks her, what about the Minnie asks her, what about after the play? And Chizuru doesn't say anything. You don't know. This chapter is meant to leave you confused, bewildered, and just, what the fuck did I just read kind of bullshit. where it's like it intentionally looks like the traditional thing in romance anime where the two characters seemingly separate and they need time to themselves and then they reunite again in the future and they reconnect and all that bullshit. I feel like if you've read or seen a few romance anime or manga, you've probably seen this trope before. I'm betting you've probably seen this trope before, and I don't think that's particularly out of the question. I think that's completely like by design that it's supposed to look like this trope we're all too familiar with. And I think this chapter is kind of doing that shit on purpose. It really feels like this chapter is kind of doing this shit on purpose. It's meant to kind of make you feel upset and angry at Chizuru's character. And for Minnie, Minnie's the whole thing with Minnie is just like, oh wow, something's great's gonna happen. But isn't it weird that Minnie is seemingly excited by the end of this, yet she's in shadows and she doesn't actually know shit? For every single answer Minnie got in this chapter, she got more questions. She didn't ask anything else. The only thing she asked was that. Notice how she didn't ask Chizuru about anything else in regards to the play, what that means, what the fuck she's talking about. She only asked about this final statement Chizuru makes here. That's it. Nothing else. Like, this makes no fucking sense. Similar thing was in Dress Up Darling, separation drama, and then unite at the end. Yeah, I mean, they weren't like separated. I think I meant some, like, for Dress Up Darling, that didn't quite happen. They had a whole separation drama thing, and it kind of made some sense for their characters. It just wasn't communicated super well, in my opinion. But in terms of this, I'm more so referring to where the characters kind of get their lives together separately. Like literally they get themselves to, so haven't a lot of people said Kazuya needs to separate from all the girls around him and get his shit together? Haven't a lot of people said this? And this seems like it's setting up for that. Right? But this is, in my opinion, not really how the series functions. More like In Your Name. You mean like Golden Time? I don't remember Golden Time too well. I haven't seen Toradora or Golden Time in a while, so I don't remember if there's like basically a separation where they basically both agree on it, and then they meet up after a certain period of time. This does not. This feels like it's an illusion of that. I don't, and this is where I find this chapter strange. What Chizuru's words here are. What Minnie says in the chapter contradict and raise certain questions. For instance, Chizuru is saying that I've decided I won't have a boyfriend until I'm done with that. Why? Notice how Minnie never asked that question. Why? She's saying she wants to focus on the play, sure, but that's not an answer. For a very simple reason. We've seen Chizuru in the past juggle plays, deal with this kind of stuff before, literally work towards crazy auditions and things. Why suddenly does she decide I'm not going to have a boyfriend when before she was literally ready to give an answer? Doesn't this feel like an excuse? It does not make sense. Chizuru's actions here do not make sense. It feels like an excuse. And for people who are looking to blame Chizuru and to see excuses and to see her running around and stringing him along, doesn't this align with that perfectly? Doesn't this align with this perfectly? Which is why it makes me think what Chizuru is doing with Minnie here, yeah, it seems hypocritical of her. What Chizuru's doing here seems hypocritical of her. But I think that's by design. Reiji's doing this on purpose, and there's a reason Chizuru's doing this. And I can say this with full certainty because when you look at Chizuru's eyes, there's a sense of conviction here. There's a conviction to Chizuru's actions here. I don't know if it's Chizuru's words, but Chizuru is in shadows. Chizuru is in shadows. There's a light behind her, but she is in shadows. It's almost like she's literally shielding a light with her shadow. Doesn't it kind of look like that? Am I the only one who kind of sees that? It's like she's shielding a light with her shadow. Which brings us to a whole bunch of theories we can get into. But this is where I kind of want to focus on Minnie a little bit. Minnie also made me raise some interesting questions while reading through the chapter. Let's start with Minnie's line right here. So let's go back a little bit. I'm not wrong about what I said to Master. Chizuru's son of all people wouldn't kiss him for no reason, considering her personality. Minnie has no doubts about her actions whatsoever. Okay. But she has doubts about certain things here. So if there are doubts for her understanding of the situation, then how can she not have doubts about her own actions? What do I mean by this? Hold on a second. Let's read what Minnie says here. Minnie remembers how Chizuru said, "Did he message you about anything else?" Seriously, she could have just told me. Okay, why didn't she? Why did Chizuru not tell Minnie? Let's keep reading what Minnie says. It's cute to think she was embarrassed, but why did she think she could hide it? This raises another interesting question. Why did Chizuru think she could hide it? Or better yet, was Chizuru hiding it at all? Was Chizuru hiding it at all? This now remember what I said when we were reading chapter 387. I made a post on chapter 387 when Minnie was over at Chizuru's place. And the thing I said was pretty simple. We have context for the kiss in this scene, but we get this scene from Minnie's perspective. Now think about that. Literally, all of Chizuru's love is everywhere in this room, and Minnie is the only one who can't see it. So this raises a very simple question. Is Chizuru hiding anything here? She lies to Minnie, sure. Chizuru lies to Minnie here, sure. But why does she lie? You're getting contradictions. On one hand, it doesn't seem like Chizuru's actually hiding anything. In contrast, you have Minnie who in contrast, you have her lying to Minnie. Does that make any sense? Chumballs. So it's not that chum. I think Chizuru is intentionally being made to look like the bad person on purpose. And Minnie is intentionally being made to look like the supportive figure of this manga because Minnie is so passionate about Kazuya. Minnie is so passionate and protective and so active for Kazuya that you can't help but want to cheer Minnie on. In contrast, doesn't it seem like Chizuru is kind of not caring about his feelings anymore? Doesn't it seem like Chizuru is putting his feelings to the side, that she doesn't care about him? See, the people like this with Chuma over here, you're actually highlighting my point perfectly. Minnie is intentionally being presented as a better person than Chizuru. And this chapter right here reinforces that. And that's, yet again, Chizuru seems like she's just stringing him along. She's being the villain. She's being a cruel, wicked woman who's leading him along. And that is by design. You're meant to think like this because I think when the rug gets pulled from under your feet and you realize how fucking stupid you are, this is going to blow your goddamn mind. And none of you are going to believe it when it happens. I think when Reiji pulls the rug and makes you realize, A, you're stupid as shit. It's going to be like, holy crap, why the con? Why the game? Anyways, this chapter, 387, when Minnie is at Chizuru's place, Chizuru's love is literally in front of Minnie. When Chizuru kisses Kazuya, she kisses him in front of the driver. This raises a very simple question. Is Chizuru even trying to hide the relationship? It does not seem like it. It doesn't seem like Chizuru is actually trying to hide the relationship. But she is hiding something from Minnie. Why? And I kind of thought about it a little bit. I wrote some stuff to the side. Yeah, it says SteinsGate's reference. We'll get into it shortly. It does have relevance. We'll get into it shortly. Google Doc. So I wrote something on Google Docs that I kind of want to read back to you. It's short. It's not long. At least I think it's short. Where is it? Could have sworn I wrote it. Oh, is this it? Where the heck did I put it? 25th. Opened at 12. Son of a gun. Where did I write it? Well, now I'm going to grab my phone because I wrote it on my phone like a stupid idiot. Give me a sec, fellas. The fool that I am. You wanted to think that way, but it's the other way. Oh, you're funny. No, you're funny. Oh, y'all are so funny. Okay, I wrote it here. Where is it? Oh, I remember where I wrote it. I didn't write it on Google Docs. I'm an idiot. I was texting someone. I didn't write it in Google Docs. I'm an idiot. I'm so stupid. My bad. I guess it's because I'm like jumping from Twitter to like other places constantly. So like I just kind of lose the sauce sometimes. I do apologize. That's funny though. Yeah, it's on Twitter. So let me find Twitter real quick. So okay. Okay, so let's see what I wrote. Damn, how much did I write, bro? It's not the question, but the person who is asking the question. So I think that's the kind of the point. It's not the question, it's who's asking the question. It's the fact that Minnie is asking these questions and not Kazuya. Chizuru is only hiding things because it's Minnie, and she's willing to show the relationship once she talks to Kazuya, which is why she's willing to kiss Kazuya in front of the driver and not think anything about it. Speaking of the driver thing, people keep saying, oh, why did Chizuru just tell him to go? Listen to what Chizuru says upon kissing Kazuya. Just listen to the words carefully. You can drive now. You can, not you should or go. It's not a command. It's an option. But Kazuya doesn't get out of the car. People say Chizuru like gave Kazuya a command, but why does Kazuya not do anything? Have you noticed that? It's a suggestion. It's an option. You can go, not you should go or drive or go. It's literally just you can. It is an option. If you would like to go, you can. Okay. Chizuru never said she didn't want to talk, or Chizuru never said to Minnie in that chapter, in chapter 390, she didn't want to talk to Kazuya or won't talk to Kazuya. She doesn't want to lie, but she's pushing the intruder away. Why doesn't Kazuya come talk to her? Why is Minnie an owl, if you will? Like she's literally walking mail. Minnie is literally walking mail. D-mail. She's literally walking mail. Why is Kazuya sending Minnie to solve all of his problems? He needs to talk to Chizuru. It really is that simple. I think it really is that simple. Minnie is coming here, accosting Chizuru at school, yelling at her for Kazuya. Why the fuck is Kazuya not talking to her? What the hell is Kazuya doing? How does the chapter start? Did you message her? Not yet. Anything from Chizuru's son? Not yet. Okay, dude, she kissed you. The fuck are you doing? This is the 3 months all over again. You're looking for other people to take the blame. It's on Kazuya. She kissed him. He did nothing. That is on him. That is on him. It is that simple. The manga will not end because, okay. I need you guys to actually engage with the story instead of just saying, this will happen if this happens, or this will happen if this happens. Reiji is literally talking about mental health and character struggles. None of your, whatever the fuck you're talking about here. Kazuya needs to do what Minnie's doing? No. Kazuya just needs to go and talk to her. Not have Minnie yell at Chizuru for things she does not understand. This is not solving anything. Why should Chizuru tell Minnie the truth? What obligation does Chizuru have to Minnie for her and Kazuya's relationship? Serious question. What obligation does Chizuru have to tell Minnie the truth? Chizuru owes Minnie nothing. Not in this relationship. It is Minnie helped them meet up. That's it. But this is not her relationship. This is not for Minnie to say anything about. It is none of her fucking business. So the question arises, why should Chizuru tell Minnie the truth? Why should Chizuru answer any of Minnie's questions? Why should Chizuru even engage with Minnie about this? Yeah, Minnie is her friend, but this is not her relationship, period. It is that simple. The question always comes back to a simple problem. Kazuya is not talking to Chizuru. Kazuya is not talking to Chizuru. He's letting other people decide what his relationship with Chizuru is. That has been a repeating factor since even the practice stage or even the cohabitation itself. It's as simple as that. Chizuru kissed him. He's not talking to her. Why should Chizuru give Minnie any answers here? Is Chizuru prioritizing her work? Have you actually asked her, are you prioritizing your work over a guy? When she has said consistently in the past, she does not do this. When he asked her before, when he asked her in chapter 179, Chizuru straight up told him, hey, I actually would prefer if I had a boyfriend who would support me. In the date, she literally told him, manage your work and your romance life carefully and equally. That challenges make the man. What does Kazuya do? Kazuya has done nothing for his romance. Kazuya is literally just sitting around doing nothing. Chizuru didn't say she wouldn't meet him. Speaking of which, this brings up to an interesting point here. The fateful day. You're under the impression that the fateful day, you're under the impression that the fateful day is July 11th. But this raises a question. Last chapter, when we read it, it was called the fateful day. We were under the assumption that it would be that day. Right? It would be that day. We switched to another day. So what's to say July 11th is even the fateful day? Because Chizuru says it's after that. Chizuru says it's after that day. Which raises another question. What is the fateful day? Because if you read the editor notes here, it reads the July 11th is the Kazuya's day of reward, not his fateful day. It seems like fateful day and day of reward or whatever is two completely different things. Now, we have no way of confirming this. We'll have to know when we actually get into next chapter and if it stays with the same name. If it stays with the same name, then we'll know. But if it doesn't, then we don't know. But to me, Fateful Day has been a red herring. It's been intentionally misleading you. Because last chapter, it says Fateful Day. You get to this chapter, oh, is this the Fateful Day? But then it's like, no, it's not actually today. It says it's July 11th. So is July 11th actually the Fateful Day? Because it does not say that in the editor notes. The editor notes read the day of reward, not the Fateful Day. You're meant to believe it is the Fateful Day based on what you're seeing with Minnie up here. You're meant to believe it is this. To me, what this feels like is very simple. Or not simple at all. It could be confusing as fuck. I think Chizuru is challenging Kazuya the fuck out. She's challenging him. Hey, do you want answers? Talk to me. Are you willing to wait a month and a half? Are you going to sit around and wait for a month and a half and do nothing? Are you really okay with just waiting a month and a half and doing nothing? Am I wrong? Are you, the readers, content with waiting for a month and a half and doing nothing? Are you okay with waiting more? Are you okay with wasting more time? Am I wrong? Are you content with wasting more time? Are you intent with sitting around doing nothing and just waiting until July 11th to see if you could have a relationship with her? Does this seem like an actual relationship? This is, to me, this is Chizuru literally calling him the fuck out on his bullshit. She's like, here, I set a deadline. This is what you want, right? You want to talk to me? Here, I'll create a deadline for you that's super far away that you can't fucking have, that you'll have to wait a while for. Are you okay with waiting? I genuinely believe, like, Chizuru is just getting kind of pissed a little bit, and she's willing to take a risk. Now, I could be wrong. But this, at the very least, that question I just posed to you is the question Reiji is posing to us. A reference to the 11th hour? What do you mean? Like, oh, just literally the last minute? Literally the last minute before 12, you mean? Could be. This is where I bring up an interesting thing. The series started serialization on July 12th. What is the date Chizuru gives Minnie? July 11th. Isn't that interesting? Isn't that interesting? So July 12th, right? July 12th, literally the day after July 11th, Chizuru just happens to pick that date. Some readers can assume that Kazuya already did a lot, but I agree with you. Dude, look, you can do a lot, but the thing is, relationships are an active choice. You don't just do something and then sit and be like, whip-de-doo, twiddling my thumbs, not gonna do anything else. That's not a relationship. You engage, you talk, you communicate. People are saying, oh, why is Chizuru not communicating to Kazuya? Better question, why is he not communicating to her? Why is it always on Chizuru to communicate with him? When is Kazuya going to fucking move? This is literally coming back to the 3-month time skip. What did I tell you about the 3-month time skip? Chizuru was the one who initially ghosted him. Sure. The reason it lasted 3 months? Kazuya's damn fault. He's the one who avoided her. Minnie resolved it in a single day. It took Minnie 1 day, barely a day, like a few hours. She went to Kazuya in the morning, she met Chizuru at night. She literally resolved it in a day. So why the fuck did it take Kazuya 3 goddamn months? Maybe because she's always shutting him down. Is she? Reread carefully. Is she actually shutting him down? He lived with her for an entire month. He went on a date with her. He's the one who's been hanging out with her this entire time. How is she shutting him out? How is she shutting him out? Think about that for a second. No. They're both incredibly dysfunctional when it comes to communicating. No, it's not actually that dysfunctional. It really isn't. What happened in Hawaiians was trauma. The thing is, Kazuya has a trauma of rejection. It is not solely Chizuru's fault. It is not solely Chizuru's fault. If he has an issue, he needs to communicate and talk to people. He doesn't talk to anyone. Kazuya shuts off and doesn't communicate to anybody. And then he talks to Minnie, who actively creates a consistent, forever safe space where she gives him a vault to constantly vent out his feelings and never resolve anything. In so doing, eventually creating a codependent relationship with her, which is unhealthy and dysfunctional. Yeah, you guys cheer Minnie on constantly. What Kazuya has with her is completely dysfunctional. Because Minnie feels so responsible, has so much admiration for him, has so much love for him, she's getting caught up in his love life and doing things for him. She is the enabler to his people pleaser. That is the issue. Kazuya needs to be challenged. He was doing fine on his own. When Kazuya asked Chizuru out, Minnie was not there. And he handled it perfectly fine. He got confronted with shit, he cried afterwards, but he handled it. He was fine. The problem is, we keep babying him. Kazuya is not fucking weak. We keep babying him. And Chizuru recognized that. Chizuru saw that. Chizuru in the entire date was trying to take care of him and be there for him. Please, God, reread the date so fucking carefully. I beg you, reread the date carefully. Because I can't cover 30 fucking chapters. I want you to please reread the date carefully. Look at how she's interacting and talking to him. Look at how she's actively engaging with him. Look at how she's literally asking him questions, and when he feels uncomfortable, she's like, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to bother you. She always actively engages with him and takes care of him and speaks to him and never blames him for anything. She just says, please involve me. That's all Chizuru says. Please involve me, please see me, please understand me, please try to talk to me. And she answers everything he says. Remember how after the date, Kazuya realizes Chizuru had a blister on her foot the entire time. He never once checked. He never once asked her. He never once checked, are you okay? Is your foot okay? Are you doing okay with your new clothes? Never once. Not a single fucking time. Huh, isn't that interesting? And then when he asks her right after, how long has this been there? Why didn't you say anything? All that stuff. She answers completely honestly. She doesn't hide a damn thing. So this raises the simple question, why is Kazuya not asking a single fucking question? Why is he not engaging at all? Why is he constantly shutting off and running away? It's because he's letting Minnie fuel his trauma, and he's letting himself be afraid. Minnie is so convinced Kazuya is tough and can do anything, and she's constantly cheering on her hero. The problem is, because she's so busy idolizing him, she doesn't actually see him. Minnie doesn't actually see what Kazuya needs because she's so busy idolizing her Oshi. That's the issue. The problem is, Kazuya needs to be fucking challenged. He needs to be called out, and he needs to stop relying on other people. Because the simple truth is, if your relationship is defined by outsiders, is it really yours? Is it really yours if your relationship is actively defined by outsiders? In the past few chapters, what has Minnie been doing with Kazuya? She sits down with him, and she answers all of his questions about his relationship with Chizuru. Questions he should be asking her, and she knows she should be telling him to go ask her. The core issue right now is Kazuya's passivity and insecurity. He is over here at work with Ruka not doing anything. Why is he not doing anything? Kazuya needs to be given space to think and act, but he needs to actually take that space. If Minnie, look, the simple fact of the matter is, if Minnie shows up, he lets her into his house, he lets her control the entire flow of the conversation, and he agrees with her on every single thing she says. Is it actually Minnie who's doing this, or is it Kazuya who's letting her do this? Kazuya let Minnie into his home, knowing full well that she may not know everything, because she has not known everything in the past. He chooses to listen to her because it's easier. He chooses the easy way out. He chooses an escape. But in the very end of the date, after the rejection, and during the walk out of the house, he showed he could handle it if he was challenged. He picked Chizuru up just fine, despite the fact that she just rejected him. He didn't care. When Chizuru told him, you can't keep loving me, he said, I will. I don't care what you think. That is individuality. That is who he is. That is him. That is nobody else telling him who he is. He is making that choice. In the walk out of the house, Chizuru does not give him an easy way out on anything. Nothing. She doesn't tell him, do this. She doesn't tell him, don't leave. She doesn't say any of that stuff. And he chooses love. Okay, she's not a burden. She's not the problem. Throughout the entire cohabitation, Chizuru is convinced she is the problem. She is not. And she realized that fact. She's not the issue. The issue is something completely different. The issue is Kazuya is not being challenged. The issue is that Minnie keeps coddling him. The issue is that Minnie is doing this for him when he should be doing this. You want to talk to Chizuru? Fucking talk to her. It's that simple. And I genuinely think this is why I'm convinced Chizuru is partially lying to Minnie here. Chizuru is partially lying to Minnie here. I don't think the role is an act. I think the role is real. We saw real evidence that the role existed. However, we did not see the talk. We don't know what was said. Okay? We do not know what was said between her and her manager. We do not know anything besides that. Also, for all we know, this could literally be the same role Chizuru mentioned to Minnie in chapter 319, and she just got a better role in that same play. We don't know details. We are intentionally not communicating with Chizuru. Are you starting to see the problem? Chizuru is literally like, communicate with me and I'll tell you. Use Minnie as a surrogate to communicate with me and I will not talk. I will give you bullshit. You think it's another role? We don't know. We literally don't know. We don't have enough information. This is a big revelation, but we don't have enough information. The panel showing Ruka hanging out with Kazuya is at his job is the perfect example of Kazuya's passiveness. Yeah. Notice how he's working and he's not actually engaging with anything in the room. He's just cleaning and he's just waiting. Ruka talks to him, he doesn't even look at her. He's literally not even present in his own life. Kazuya is literally losing himself. He doesn't remember who he is. And that's pretty much what I think the SteinsGate reference with D-Mail is about. So that has a few layers. If you read SteinsGate, if you actually engage with the story a little bit, Okuba, the main character of that story, is a very, very passive character. Okuba in that story is a very passive character who is just constantly pretending and acting like someone else throughout the entire fucking story. And then he literally gets, he does some stupid shit, and he gets trapped in a time, in like alternate timelines. And eventually he has to find his way out of these timelines, and he has to trust himself to get out of these timelines and make hard decisions. And that is how he gets out of that timeline. What this chapter is an alternate timeline. Hey, are you going to wait for this entire time? Are you just going to sit here and wait for this entire time? Kazuya has to make an active choice in his own life. Like literally these past 3 months of hell, that is a choice he made for himself. He has to escape these 3 months, just as in SteinsGate, the main character goes through 3 weeks of hell. In SteinsGate, the main character goes through 3 weeks of hell, where he literally experiences like someone he loves dying over and over and over, no matter how much he's trying to save her. Isn't that similar to how Kazuya has literally been experiencing the rejection this entire fucking time over and over and over and over? Kazuya needs to escape the timeline he created for himself. He's still stuck in an alternate timeline, which is exactly why in chapter 263, if it'll load, oh, it loaded just as I said that. How perfect. This is what Kazuya says when he's with mommy. Perhaps there's another timeline in which I'm still together with her, though that isn't possible not at this point. Do you want to be with mommy? Has mommy ever actually made you happy? Have you actually ever engaged with mommy, Kazuya? Why is he thinking about these other people? Why is he thinking about all these other choices when he seemingly loves Chizuru? Why is he actively running away from rejection? He's so afraid he's not engaging with her at all. And that is literally like Akuba in that story, where he's literally actively running away from the truth he needs to face. And the moment he faces it and confronts it, he creates the world he actually wanted to be. The SteinsGate world, that's what it was called. He created like a new timeline where everyone is safe and he has a chance to actually be with the person that he loves. But there's also a timeline in that story where it's called SteinsGate 0, where it's literally the worst timeline. And Kazuya is literally trapped in the worst timeline. He's creating this. And he needs to confront it. He needs to face it head on. He needs to make a choice. And in some ways, I think that's kind of where the opening could be relevant to this, where it's like Chizuru is playing this role, but she wants him to show up, and he's not showing up. So he has to have faith in himself and actually show up. This, to me, feels like what this is building to. Whether that is the birthday, whether that is something else, Kazuya needs to fucking show up. He keeps running. So let's see. There's another role because the call at late night to she uses the word replacement. She will replace another actor with a cast in play. I don't know that again. We don't know the details of that. Regardless, Chizuru acting as a replacement in a play, right? Isn't that interesting? Is Chizuru just replaceable? Is Chizuru just a replacement? Bro, has Chizuru actually ever brought up the rental girlfriend thing with Kazuya? Okay, PD, that's what I'm going to call you. In the date where she is with Kazuya, she literally says, "This is the real me. This date is for me too. Please include me." Okay? And somehow, you're under the impression that this is a rental girlfriend thing when she actively tells him consistently over and over as he's literally in her house. He is walking out of her house, her own private home. She kisses him. You're telling me this is her saying she's a rental girlfriend and she is a pro. If a girl kissed you, would you think she's acting? It's a simple fucking question. People seem to just kind of ignore the fact that she let him live in her house rent-free. She went on 2 dates with him because she wanted to. She invited him to go out with her. She went cosplaying with him and Minnie. She told him all this stuff, and for some fucking unknown reason, he is convinced. What if she's just acting? What if she just changed her mind? Kazuya doesn't say she's acting. He's saying, what if she changed her mind? Kazuya is looking for excuses. He is looking for an excuse because he is afraid of rejection. It is that simple. Exaggerating to make my point, would a prostitute let you live rent-free in her house a month and let you sleep in her bed, her dead grandma's room? Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's... How can you still talk about this rental shit? I know. People are like in an alternate reality, dude. They live in an alternate reality. I literally think maybe that's the point of this chapter. I think that's the point of this chapter. Minnie exists in some alternate fucking reality, just like the readers do. She's in some other fucking timeline, thinking this is what's happening when something else completely is happening. And she's just convinced she knows what's going on when she fucking doesn't. So Kazuya always thinks worst case scenario because of the trauma he never addressed. The problem is Kazuya is kind of doesn't want to confront his trauma. Because of Minnie. Minnie's presence actively fuels this. Look, when the way you deal with trauma is you have to sometimes put yourself in scenarios that make you uncomfortable but are kind of safe. And that's kind of what the cohabitation was. The cohabitation put Kazuya in uncomfortable scenarios, but they were kind of safe, right? There was no real issues. And he did fine. And then when there was actual real consequences, in the end, when the rejection happened, when Kazuya was leaving the house, he was again fine. Why does he need Minnie? What does he need Minnie for? What does he need a push for? He's fine. This is the same dude who made a movie. This is the same fucking dude who made a movie. Why does he think he can't do anything? Why does he not text her? Why does he not try? And that's literally the point. It's trauma. With trauma, you condition yourself. And when people actively talk about your fears to you, they fuel that. This is the issue with Minnie's character. She has actively, consistently fueled his fears and his traumas. No better point represents this than the practice or the scouting when Kazuya and Minnie went out together. She actively fueled his insecurities and his worries and then proceeded to tell him, just be yourself. So which is it? Should I pretend or should I be myself? The simple issue is, Kazuya at this point needs a responsible friend who will call him out on his bullshit. Minnie is not that. Minnie is young and stupid. Look at her. Look at Minnie here. She looks like a stupid kid. When she's literally stalking Chizuru, she thinks of her high school senpai, and she says, "Sorry, mother, I'm terrible." Look at Minnie here in this shot. Does this look like a grown-ass adult? Or does this just look like a stupid kid? She's literally Minnie is a kid. Minnie is younger than both Kazuya and Chizuru. Minnie has never dated before. Minnie worships her fucking Oshis and has literal waifus. Why in the hell is Minnie the one giving Kazuya advice? We cheer her on, we love her because she's so devoted to him. But do you just want blind devotion? Is that really just what you want? You just want blind devotion? Or do you want someone who will actually challenge you and call you the fuck out on your bullshit? Okay, here we go again. It's going to be like a repeating pattern where, I explain and then some stupid jackass shows up in the comments like, Chizuru's cowardice and selfishness is what's causing Kazuya's suffering. No, he's causing it to himself. He's the one who's sitting around doing nothing. So should we expect a story change since we saw Mami-chan calling him mid-date, or will it just be a dead end? So I think Reiji showing Sumi, Mami, and Ruka is kind of important. I just feel like they're going to come back. Only dictators want blind devotion. Yeah. A lot of people want I would argue a lot of people want blind devotion because it's easier. Blind devotion is easy. When you have traumas and insecurities, blind devotion is very easy. But ironically, that's not what Kazuya wants. But Minnie conditions him that that's good, that that's nice, that he likes that. In reality, Minnie is the problem. Minnie is fueling this entire scenario. That's why in the Paradise arc, he said he wanted to disappear because of the Mami and Ruka situation. I would argue it's because literally everybody in his family was just gutting him. And he just felt completely powerless. The girl he loved in his mind didn't want him because he was so focused on his insecurities he didn't see her. And then his best friend, his grandma, mostly those two, his best friend, his grandma, essentially turn on him, and they don't listen to anything he says, and he feels like he can't do anything. What Hawaiians did is reinforce to Kazuya how truly powerless he is, not realizing he's actually the one who made the change in that entire scenario. If Kazuya had not confessed when his family was seemingly coming after him, Ruka would not have acted, and Chizuru would not have acted, and Mami wouldn't have said the stupid thing to tell him to tell Kazuya to kiss Chizuru, right? He literally made every single change in Hawaiians, and he never saw it in himself. Because Chizuru's the one who made the final act. Chizuru was the one who was leading. He didn't realize he's the one who actually made the change. And that's actually a repeating theme in Kazuya's story. Kazuya actually makes the most change in the story with all the women and the men and everybody around him. He just doesn't see it. He's so conditioned he can't make change. He doesn't realize he can. And in that moment, he feels so truly powerless, he doesn't do or react or say anything anymore. And that's pretty much Kazuya's trauma that he needs to overcome at this point. He's the one putting up a wall. He's the one hiding. He's the one who's been hiding this whole time. And I think that's something that's going to slowly but surely be addressed. I don't know if it'll be addressed immediately, but I do think so based on what we've seen, I think we have an internship coming up, or job hunting, because Kazuya mentions it in an earlier chapter. So when he's with Minnie in chapter 388, I'm going to be job hunting soon, and I can't drop any credits if I want to graduate. So job hunting or an internship is coming up. He already told Chizuru in chapter 375 he applied for a few internships. So that's something Kazuya is going to be doing soon. I don't know how close it is. Where is it? I'm gonna find a job, and I'm looking into different businesses right now, and I applied for a few internships. Before the date started, I recall he was hanging out with Kibe, and he told Kibe, or Kibe told him you should apply to internships and stuff. So, it does feel like that's something that's going to be coming up soon. I love how sharp Minnie's nose is in this panel. Yeah, look at how she's just screaming. Look at how she's just screaming, and her eyes are completely closed, right? Minnie's literally not engaging. Minnie's literally not talking to Chizuru. She's just making a whole bunch of assumptions. Oh, come on. There we go. Kind of. Maybe. Hopefully. Minnie loses control. So we're going to get a gap again. Chizuru preparing for play. Bro job hunting. Dim. We don't know. No. It's best to not assume. We don't. This chapter needs a sequel. We don't know. I think in 2 chapters, do they really start internships in year 3? It's possible. No, I'm not going to analyze Fragrant Flower. I'm not really that interested in it. Not in year 4. I don't know. In terms of like when Kazuya would do an internship, but he said he already applied for a few internships. So it's not totally out of the question. I don't think it's going to happen right away. I think it's close, but not that close. So not in the... I could see it in the next 5 chapters, not in the next 2. I can see it in the next 5 chapters. But not in... Maybe next 5 chapters, maybe next... near... Yeah, 5 chapters seems reasonable. 5 to 7 chapters. But... Yeah, I can see Kazuya at the very least job hunting or investing in an internship, which would make sense considering Chizuru is literally in a play right now. It would make him more motivated to get his own thing going. So that seems like something Kazuya would do. But in the next 2 chapters, I expect some sort of revelations and answers as to what's going on with Chizuru. I do think Chizuru lied to Minnie here. I do think Chizuru orchestrated and created something for Minnie here, and that is by design. I just don't know what. Let me see what else. Yeah. Oh yeah. I think the one thing that this arc seems to kind of be setting up for is simply for Kazuya and Chizuru to know what they mean to each other. Kazuya doesn't know what he means to Chizuru. He doesn't, does he? Think about that for a second. Kazuya has no idea what he actually means to Chizuru, even though she's willing to cry over him. Like, she's willing to cry over him, and he doesn't know what he means to her. So, in that way, I think that's what Reiji's setting up for maybe Kazuya and Chizuru to start realizing what they mean to the other person. Like in ways that, at least Kazuya realizing what he means to Chizuru. And I think that's something he needs to start wanting to learn, because Kazuya doesn't want to learn. People seem to ignore that Kazuya doesn't actually want to learn anything. Like, he doesn't let her love him. That's the issue. He doesn't let her in. Why do you think the only big thing we get from Kazuya himself is the nursery? And we never get anything like the nursery ever again. Why do you think we only get that once? One time? Because he's not letting her love him. And that is a repeating theme in the date itself. In the date itself, he's walling. How you rate this chapter 1 out of 10? I don't care for ratings. I think it's a good chapter. The chapter could get better or worse depending on where we go. Kazuya needs to be drug tested? Why? The fuck? I know you mentioned that Reiji hates writing Kazuya as a producer, but imagine Kazuya's work as a temp in the movie industry. Okay, so you're misunderstanding my point. You're misunderstanding my point. He doesn't want Kazuya to be involved in the movie industry because is that what Kazuya wants? Or does he want something else in his life? Why should Kazuya be a part of Chizuru's world? Should he not want to do something of his own? That what you're describing, unfortunately, is convenient writing. Kazuya literally just, conveniently getting into Chizuru's world and being a part of that world. When it's okay that they both have separate worlds and they themselves are together. I think that is more interesting than, oh, look, he's into her world too. I think that's my problem with that, and I think that's Reiji's problem with that. They're like, oh, look, Kazuya is in Chizuru's world. He's going to be a producer. He's going to help her out. They're going to be connected like that. Isn't it more interesting that they're not connected that way? That they don't have that? It's literally like Chizuru's mom. Chizuru's mom is dead. We don't know anything about her. Everyone who knew her is dead. She's gone and disappeared. What more could he possibly show us from her mom? It's okay that we don't know. It's okay that we don't have the same thing. It's okay that you have completely different worlds, but you yourselves are connected. That does not matter. I could see Sumi becoming a voice actor. Sumi wants to be an idol. The question is, does she actually want to be an idol? Does she actually want to be an idol in this fucking industry? Her father's still alive, though. Yeah, that's true, but he's not here. The only thing we could get from the dad is like what he wants, because he's clearly a piece of shit. And how would Chizuru react to seeing her dad? Right? On one hand, he's an interesting connection that she has. On the other, screw him, he's a piece of shit. He bailed. I don't want to know anything he knows. Okay, we're kind of going off track here. Okay, so a friend of mine said, the only thing I worry about is Minnie is going to fuck up the message to Kazuya. And this is interesting. Let's think about that for a second. What is the pattern that's been presented to us with Minnie? What is the pattern that's been presented with us with Minnie? So Minnie just got a message. And she's probably going to deliver this to Kazuya. Let's be real. She's gonna deliver this to Kazuya. Okay. I said, Minnie will probably fuck up the message. That's maybe the point. Granted, the message is simple. It's not the message itself that's the issue. The message leaves a question, and that question won't be answered through Minnie. But Kazuya will ask, and Minnie will try to answer. That's their cycle, their pattern. They do it every time. Kazuya asks a question, Minnie simply cannot answer. She gives him an answer that doesn't make any sense, and Kazuya gets trapped in this loop again. The only difference from this loop now is very, very simple. Before, Kazuya would get trapped in this loop, and Chizuru would be there to correct the path. Okay? And when they were living together, Kazuya would talk to Minnie, Minnie would tell him a whole bunch of bullshit, and then Chizuru would have to drag Kazuya back and remind him. To me, what this is doing seems to be this. Kazuya is going to get information, Minnie's going to give him bullshit, he's going to loop, and then Minnie's going to give him bullshit again, and he's going to loop, and Minnie's going to give him bullshit again, and he's going to loop, and that's happened how many times now? That's happened once, twice. 2 chapters. Minnie gives him information, doesn't make sense, he loops. Minnie gives him information, he doesn't make sense, he loops. How many more loops, Kazuya, before you realize Minnie's not doing anything for you and you're wasting your time? How many more? I think this is what this is setting up. Are you really willing to wait that long? Are you really content with waiting for a month and a half to share your time with her? I think Chizuru knows this. Minnie will surely fuck up as a messenger, but why would he even try relay a message even now after the kiss? That's the thing. I think this is by design. I think this is by design. Chizuru wanted Kazuya to text, and he doesn't text. So, Minnie shows up. Again. Okay, if Minnie's going to show up, fine. I'll play this game. I'm not going to have a boyfriend. Fine. This feels confrontational. This feels confrontational. This is what I've decided. Are you content with this? This seems like what this is saying. This is my decision. Are you content with this, or do you want something else? What do you want? Remember what I was saying? What was I saying Kazuya's big problem is? He never, ever acts on what he wants. Ever. This feels like that challenge. Chizuru set an impossible date. She told him to wait for a month and a half. And she said, I'm not going to have a boyfriend until then. Are you okay with that? All Minnie can ask is, what about after that? Chizuru doesn't answer her. She just leaves. Minnie doesn't have an answer. But Minnie's excited. Oh my God, you can be with her in a month and a half. You're a superhero. You can wait. I think that's what's going on. Chizuru is willing to do this, right? If you're not going to talk to me and you're going to send Minnie over and you're just going to sit around and not do anything, fine, I'll play this game too. I think that's what's happening. But Chizuru at the time, when Minnie first shows up, she freaks out. What are you doing, Chizuru-san? What is Chizuru doing, right? We don't know, but Chizuru freaks out when Minnie says this. Maybe something else did happen. Maybe Chizuru is keeping some sort of secret that we don't know about. Right? Why does Chizuru freak out here, but then why is she calm after? We don't know. Maybe Chizuru thought Minnie figured something else out. Right? Maybe Chizuru thought Minnie figured something else out, but this should look familiar. This should look familiar because this is literally just like the 3-month time skip. I guess Kazuya just wants to be friends all of a sudden. It just doesn't make sense. What are you talking about? What? The fuck are you talking about? Be friends with who? What? The fuck are you talking about? Anyways, this scene is interesting because Chizuru reacts to Minnie saying, "What are you doing, Chizuru-san?" And at first she's tense, but then she's calm. And notice how she like holds her bag. and she holds her arm. It feels like she's doing something like that's a little scary for her. This chapter doesn't add up. But that's the thing. Minnie isn't their kid. So Lawless Bacon says, Mom and Dad are giving each other the silent treatment, and poor Minnie is trying to get info, and they're like, if she wants to know their stuff, they can talk to me themselves. Kazuya has Sam Witwack vibes, not gonna lie. But that's the thing. Minnie is not their kid. Minnie isn't their kid. She lived with them. And Kazuya is being passive. Chizuru already gave him an answer. Why won't he talk to her? Even Minnie told him this is the answer. Why won't he talk to her? If he's so confused, if he has so many questions, why doesn't he just fucking talk to her? Why won't he message her? Why won't he do anything? It's the 3 months again. Except unlike the 3 months, what's happening? Chizuru has made her stance very clear to Kazuya. They lived together. She clearly seemed interested in him. She liked him a lot. She cared about him so much she cried. What more do you want? Does Kazuya want this relationship or not? It really just seems that simple to me. It's much simpler than it appears. Does Kazuya want this relationship or not? What do you want? And I'm curious if that question will end up getting raised to Kazuya eventually. What the hell do you want? What do you want, dude? I always find it funny how Chizuru nerfs herself whenever she goes to school, but it's probably so she doesn't get recognized. But we knew this since chapter 1. What do you mean? And then when Kibe asked her, why are you still dressed like this? And because we all know, she's like, it's just easier. Is it going to take 50 chapters to know what Kazuya wants? No, I don't think so. We're already hitting a breaking point. The whole point of this chapter was to leave fans confused and befuddled. And you're just like, what the fuck is going on? I don't understand. You expect me to wait more. So, Fuzmand? This chapter presents you a very simple question. It tells you, hey, I'm going to give you another excuse. Doesn't it look like Chizuru is making another excuse? Fuse? I'll just call you Fuse. Okay. Doesn't it look like Chizuru is giving you another excuse? She has another reason to run away and not deal with this. She tells you to wait for a month and a half. And you're supposed and you remember how long a month was, right? You as a reader, remember how long a month took in story. A month in this story took nearly 2 years. 2 years. Almost 2 years. Are you willing to wait that long? That's what Reiji's asking the viewers here. Are you actually willing to wait that long? To not interact, to not be with her? Is this what you want? And I genuinely think this is what Chizuru is saying here. At this rate, I don't know why Chizuru loves Kazuya. He talks about love but doesn't show it in long term. Oh, because she knows who the real Kazuya is. Oh, he comes out around her. No. You're missing. So I've been focusing a lot on what Kazuya is doing wrong. Kazuya has done a lot right. When Kazuya actually shows himself, he is a beast. Hey, you see that in the living together. He takes care of her. He's there for her. He's caring. He's understanding. He's always open to questioning and talking to her. Like, Kazuya, when he's himself, when he is actually honest, is actually amazing. The movie arc also proves this. In the past, Kazuya has shown consistently he is a great partner who's very loyal, who's willing to talk, who's willing to engage. But he needs to be challenged. It is that simple. He needs to be challenged. And he's not being challenged. And Minnie is making him content. And so Chizuru is gonna use Minnie. Okay, fine. Fine, Minnie. You want some bullshit? You want some fantasy bullshit? Here's this. I bet the play is real. I bet you the play is real. What I don't bet you is that this is actually real. This is Chizuru's convictions. She's hiding what she actually wants so she can challenge him. And I think when that gets revealed, whatever Chizuru is doing, when that gets revealed, I could see people being a little frustrated. I'd be like, what the hell? She was playing us this whole time? Yeah, because you were playing too. You made it into a game. But not telling your main supporter about the story is very sad. Did he ask? And is Kazuya just a supporter to her? Is that all he is? Does he want to be in her life? Does Kazuya want to share a life with her? So fucking talk to her. Chizuru has actively shown she's a human being. She's just a normal girl. Why is he off somewhere else talking to Minnie, of all people, about Chizuru instead of just talking to her? He could have found this out on his own if he talked to her. Why didn't he? Had he ever considered she wanted to tell him? She already rejected him? Well, you're funny. She fucking kissed him. Bro, she rejected you, then kissed you. What does that fucking tell you? Why don't you ask? Do you want any fucking clarity? Do you want to know anything? All of you are so comfortable acting under assumptions and excusing Kazuya, not recognizing what he is doing wrong. You're babying him like Minnie is babying him. He needs to be challenged. Kazuya is being babied. That is just a fact. Minnie needs to stop babying him. Kazuya needs to take control back of his life. No, she's not keeping him at bay. No, she's not keeping him at bay. You're very comfortable with spouting nonsense and not having any facts to back it up. You're just looking at a pattern that is convenient for you, just as Minnie is. You have nothing to back that up, that Chizuru just wants to keep him at bay, considering she literally broke up with him. She rejected him for the basis that she was keeping him at bay. If the basis of her rejection is that she's keeping him at bay, why the fuck would she kiss him? Does that make sense? She literally set a deadline for herself. No, it's not tsundere. It's the fact that you're idolizing Chizuru and you're not looking at a human being. And you're not recognizing, hey, maybe I should fucking talk to her, get to know what she's thinking, engage with this woman. Kazuya subconsciously shows himself to Chizuru throughout the story, but trauma causes Kazuya to show up as someone else. It's crazy because she sees through the act, but she's an actress. Because she's an actress, yeah. She can literally see through it. She can tell he's acting. She calls him out on his acting in the date. She literally sees he's acting, and he's pretending. And she's like, I saw that on social media. I know you're faking. Why are you faking? Right? Why are you pretending to be someone else? And she's always showed him comfort. When he freaks out over stupid shit like drinking from her water, she just laughs. Like, what the fuck are you upset about? Why are you freaking out? Chizuru has never shown herself to be dangerous. She's never tried to hurt him. She's literally never done this. She's never actively tried to hurt him ever. All she's ever done is call him out on his bullshit. Whenever he does something stupid, she calls him out. That's it. But for some reason, he's terrified of her. He doesn't want to talk to her. He runs away. He's scared of commitment. He's scared that if he asks for her hand, she'll reject him. See, I'm curious. Benedict says, I mean, she tried to text him, but she got a call and never texted him back. I still think she should have at least told him about the play. In that sense, you're right. You're right. I think you're correct. But, one, we don't know if she will tell him afterwards. We don't know what she will say afterwards or anything. But on the other hand, we also come back to the core issue. Kazuya is not texting her. Yeah, isn't that... You're actually asking a perfect question. If she gets another big role, is she going to do the same thing? It doesn't make any sense. It's like just finding an excuse. Exactly. Doesn't this chapter feel like an excuse? Doesn't this seem like Reiji is intentionally telling you, the reader, hey, look, I'm making another excuse to drag the manga out. Is this what you want? Is this what you want? Are you content with this? He's literally calling you out. Kazuya is just scared of commitment. That's just an overanalysis. He's so fucking scared. Are you shitting me? He's so scared. Here, you want me to prove to you how fucking scared Kazuya is? When he wants to ask Chizuru out on a date, that's it. When they've already gone on like a plenty of fucking dates, he gets so scared he backs out. And then he sees her and he mans up to do it. And after he does it, he falls on his knees and starts crying. Because that was so hard for him. I'm sorry, does that feel like someone who's not scared of commitment? He is terrified. What Kazuya is afraid of is that he will commit and be rejected. He keeps looking at the rejection when all Chizuru has shown him is acceptance. And so naturally, the only end result is that you make the rejection come to reality. Because if Chizuru accepted Kazuya in the date, she would be accepting a lie. Because the entire date, he's not showing himself. What does that tell your partner? When you're on a date with your partner, and you don't show yourself, you don't answer her questions honestly, you limit everything that you do. You constantly don't engage with her. When she asks you why you can say you love her, your answer is, I don't have any doubts about it. That's it. You don't explain what you love about her, what she means to you, what the fucking point of her is. You just say, I don't doubt it. That's not an answer. Fear of rejection is connected to commitment. Because if you want to commit, you have to be accepting of the fact that there's a rejection and it might occur. It's that simple. It really is that simple. Fear of rejection is connected to commitment. It is that simple. If you commit and get rejected, doesn't that hurt more? Fear of rejection is directly connected to commitment. Kazuya in the date is making a crucial mistake. He's looking for acceptance while not being himself. Parts of himself come out, yes. Parts of who he is comes out, but he's not seeing her or engaging with her, making her feel like she is the problem. That's why Chizuru thinks she's a burden. That's why she feels the need to hide her blister the entire day. She feels like she's a burden to him. She doesn't want to take away from him. And that's not how your partner should feel. Diamond eyes might not be pertaining to Chizuru, but to Minnie or Kazuya again. My guess is Minnie. It could be both. We don't know. Diamond eyes could be sparkling. So it's diamond from eyes. So it could be eyes shining like diamonds. It could be crying. We don't know. It just says diamonds from eyes or diamond from eyes. So it's very vague. We don't know. Chizuru knew the compliment was fake because in the past his compliments towards her were long and detailed, perhaps too much sometimes, but she loves that about him. Yeah. Here's a great point Lawless Bacon just made. In the date, how often does Kazuya just call Chizuru cute? That's it. Just cute. Now, go back throughout the series and notice how he compliments her. For instance, go back to Hawaiians, when she asks about the swimsuit. He gives the dumbest, longest compliment I've seen in a while. And he stutters, and he flips over himself, and he sounds like he's confessing, and even the women around him walk by and they laugh, and they're like, is he confessing? Right? And literally, Chizuru just laughs. She fucking loves it. It's great. But now, all Kazuya says is cute. That's it. In fact, there's a chapter with Minnie where she wants him to call her cute. And this is really interesting because Minnie is the one who got that thought in his head. Call her cute. Call her cute. That's it. Women just want to be called cute. That's all they want. Nothing else. 332. Oh, it's further. What the hell? God damn, what chapter does he call her cute? $339. No, they were already in Joy Polis by then. It's when they were entering. So 338. Of course, you have let's see. Minnie says stupid shit here. Things are completely different from then. Dates are meant for men and women to be on each other's minds. If anything, it'd be strange for her to not be happy after hearing that. What does she say? Girls, let's see here. When a girl comes back from the restroom, you're supposed to tell her she's cute. When she comes back from the restroom, I'm supposed to say she's cute, but she said she didn't like that stuff like that back at the sales event. Huh. It's almost like Kazuya fucking knows what Chizuru wants. Things are completely different from then. No, they're not. No, they're not. How you interact with the girl that you like outside and in dating is the fucking same. It's just a date. That's the only difference. But Minnie tells him it's different. He says, really? It is? Oh, yeah, I was wondering about this. But you're leaving together from home, right? Yeah? Then as soon as you see her at the door, you've got to say she's cute. What? Just like that? I told you that's literally free do. Of course, how you say it matters. You're cute is like a magic spell that makes them think about you. Are you seeing a problem? Then if you go throughout the date, constantly, you're cute, you're cute, you're cute, you're cute. The green screen is too small. Oh. Yeah, it keeps moving. It's a bit small. What the fuck is going on? And now it fell. This thing's obnoxious. I gotta get me a better one. This thing's annoying as hell. Here, maybe I'll switch out my seat. Jeez. This thing's irritating beyond belief. Oh, thank God. Fixed it. Okay. Problem solved. Minnie is micromanaging. Minnie is indeed micromanaging. Well said. So let's continue. How you say it matters, but be as natural as possible. All you have to say is she's cute. Whether or not you throw that in at first will determine the effectiveness of all your follow-ups. Honestly, even if it's obvious flattery, it's better than not saying it at all. Should you say it because you want to or because someone is telling you you should? Seriously, wouldn't it come off kind of weird to call her cute so easily? I mean, Mizuhara is going to look cute on the date, no doubt, but it makes me feel way more embarrassed to know that I'm going to have to say it. But if there were Umi-kun, he could do it. You're not Umi. Why do you have to be him? Want to practice? You can try it on me. Why would I do that? You don't want to mess up on the date, so you should get used to it as much as possible. Besides, I'm a cosplayer. If I say so myself, I have a bit of confidence in my looks. Not that I can compare to Chizuru's son. I might not be perfect, but I can help you practice. No, that's not the problem. Hey, come on, you're getting really close. God, you're cute. Oh, that was very good. Don't make fun of me. In reality, all Minnie wanted was to be called cute herself. This was never about Chizuru. This was never about giving the correct answer or any of that. She just wanted to be called cute herself. That's the truth. Minnie is the weird one. Minnie is the one. She didn't fall in love here. Minnie is in love with the idea of love. She's a mirror to mommy. She's a mirror to mommy. The problem with Minnie is she's idolized Kazuya's love for so long, she got caught up in it. Minnie is literally like chapter 388 and 389 showcase perfectly how Minnie is a terrible match with Kazuya. For a very simple reason. She's so goddamn irresponsible. And she's young and stupid, and she literally always feels his worst instincts. Like, bro, she got him drunk and upset and mad and sad and made him not text Chizuru, which by the way, partially Kazuya's fault because he fucking let her, right? Like they're codependent, they fuel each other. So, but Kazuya lets her, and what ends up happening? Right? Kazuya is not talking to Chizuru anymore. Minnie has to go talk to Chizuru. Instead, if Minnie had just left it the fuck alone, problem would have been solved on its own. Minnie is a pure goddess. Chizuru is the Machiavellian type. You think Minnie is a pure goddess. Minnie is an idiot who's made everything worse from day one. I'm not even remotely kidding you. Literally from her introduction, she's been doing this crap. From day one. Minnie just looks helpful. Minnie is great because she's a great support, but when she's not trying to play Cupid, when she's just actually, like, for example, helping with a film or doing cosplay, Minnie is actually helpful. Whenever Minnie has to engage in the relationship and give him advice and tell him what to do, then it gets in his head. Minnie sets expectations. She tells them what to do. She lives their experiences for them. And what that does is create more problems. She's a wannabe Cupid. Yes. Whenever she does this, it creates more problems because it sets expectations. And because of those expectations, they don't know how to feel. Minnie is literally a safe version of Kazuya's family, of Mami, of Ruka, of all these other characters who set expectations. She's a safe version of them, right? But in reality, everything in too much quantity can become bad. Machiavellian. I don't think you know anything about Chizuru if you actually think she's Machiavellian. Dude, Yi is the new Chupto. You got literally, it's the same thing. I'll reason with them and they'll just be like, nah, Chizuru's evil. He's the new Chupto. That's so great. What does Minnie know about relationships? Jack for shit, apparently. Doesn't know jack shit. Enough Chupto variants. Tell me about it. So, yeah. The D-mail thing for Minnie is probably a nod to the fact that she's texting Kazuya and she hopes some sort of text occurred, right? So she's literally trying to go back to the past and change things. She's trying to alter things, right? But that could also, like, one theory we had, notice how Minnie never tells Kazuya to be himself when she gives advice. Oh, she does. No, she does. See, the problem with Minnie is simply this. She tells him what to do, how to do it, the exact steps he needs to follow and that he must follow, and literally tells him, this is your one and only option. Then proceeds to tell him, be yourself. Which is it? Minnie? Be myself or follow your guide perfectly? You have to do this to succeed, but you should be yourself. Which is it? And so Kazuya in the date is literally being constantly tug-pulled from two ends. Be myself or act. And most of it is acting. Most of it, he's in his own head. He's somewhere else. He's literally living in a fantasy. And literally with the fact that Reiji intentionally referenced Don Quixote in the practice state, that should have immediately told you this was going to end in a rejection. Because Don Quixote's story literally ends with death. Like, literally, Don Quixote's story literally ends with the end of his dream. And he had to wake the fuck up. And realize how the world was cruel and rough, but he had to still, like, choose. In contrast, his sidekick started believing in dreaming. And it's literally the whole idea that dreamers need pragmatists and pragmatists need dreamers. or realist, right? And that's the whole point of that. It was already set up for failure. Yeah, the date from the start was set up for failure. Because if Kazuya had just been himself and like been honest and not been scared, it might have worked. But the issue is, Minnie was always going to get involved. If he called, she would show up. Minnie is always there. I'm always on his side. I will always help him no matter what, even if that makes literally everything worse. And she did. I feel like we kind of lost track of what we were talking about because we were supposed to like analyze the chapter and shit. Okay. I guess I can pull up. Oh yeah, I've been meaning to read what Mute wrote. Minnie sounds like his wife. And she's just supposed to be a friend. That's the problem. Dude, come on. So in conclusion, Kazuya needs to make a move. What? So in conclusion, Kazuya needs to make his move. It really feels like Kazuya needs to do something, anything. Because honestly, the ball is in fact in his park, and he's not moving. It's not about being a man. It's just do something, anything. And he's not moving. This is the analysis and impression of Satisfaction level 39. The theme for this time is, when will the day come when Kazuya gets his reward? See, that's the illusion of that chapter. This time as well, Yamori-san is voicing the reader's opinions. Yep, I agree. Yamori-san's smartphone screen, even though it's 10 o'clock and the battery is only at 2%, or there are 99 plus unread line messages piled up. It looks like a sloppy personality, but in fact, that she checks Kazuya's line and replies within 1 minute shows that she pays close attention to matters involving Kazuya and Chizuru. Isn't that interesting? He's pointing out something very, very interesting. So when we see Minnie's phone, it's literally at 2% battery. She has 999 plus messages, and she only focuses on Kazuya. What are you doing? What a mess. What she doesn't charge her phone. She doesn't take care of she doesn't like text all these people back, and she's just kind of off in La La Land worrying about Kazuya. Why don't you worry about your own shit, Minnie? Like, you clearly have a lot of shit going on yourself. Why the hell are you so involved in their relationship? Literally, from this moment, you see Minnie as part of the problem, right? Like, she's so obsessed with this relationship that she doesn't charge her phone or reply to anybody else. Nothing else matters to her. That's not healthy. Because she wants something real? Okay, it's not for her to have. This isn't her relationship. She's in love with Kazuya. No. She's in love with the idea of Kazuya. The problem with Minnie is that Kazuya and her have a codependent relationship. Minnie is the enabler to Kazuya's people pleaser. It should be? No. Bro, Minnie constantly, actively gets Kazuya drunk. Almost every time they hang out, she gets him drunk. And then gets him confused and lost and feels all of his worst insecurities. And she literally dresses up like Chizuru for him. Does that sound healthy? That your friend would literally dress up like the girl you're supposed to be dating. In chapter 289, she's literally touching him. Minnie is on the edge of Kazuya's bed twice. She's literally touching him like Chizuru was touching him. She doesn't need to do any of this. She puts her hair up in a ponytail like Chizuru. She drinks with him. And by the end of the chapter, she's literally on the edge of his bed. She does this twice. There's no boundaries. This is not healthy. Like, if you want a cute girl, great. You want to date a cute girl, great. Yeah, but literally, you don't get your friend, you don't go drinking with a guy, get him drunk, and then literally be on the edge of his bed and touching him constantly. Like, especially if they're a friend and they like someone else. It's not cheating. This isn't cheating. But the problem is it could result in that. And Minnie never even thinks about this. She's lucky nothing happened. She's literally lucky nothing happened. Kazuya could have gotten hurt. She could have gotten hurt. They could have done something they both regretted. Never thinks about that for once. She's just lucky nothing happened. And Minnie constantly gets lucky. Minnie throughout the series is constantly getting lucky. Minnie is a toxic influence. That's just a fact. Minnie is an unhealthy influence. She has no boundaries at all. Yeet, that's just such a miserable way to look at life. Oh, I'll just settle. I'll just have sex with this girl just because, I'll just settle. I want this girl who actually have something meaningful with, but I'll just settle. I'll just give up on this thing that I really want to have with someone else just so I can, have sex with another girl. That's such a miserable way to live life. Let's keep reading what Mute said. Yamori-san also said it is a sure win, but she seems unable to gauge Chizuru's intentions. So is it a sure win or not? Huh. Minnie sure seems convinced it's a sure win, yet she can't figure out what the fuck Chizuru's doing. It's almost like she doesn't know what the fuck she's talking about. And the conclusion is that the kiss was a result of the investigation. It seems she's convinced that the reason Chizuru went out of her way to prepare meals for two was because she wanted to consult about Yamori-san and Kazuya. But that's not the truth, is it? Iamori stalking Chizuru is all for Kazuya's sake. Why doesn't Chizuru send the line message right away? That is a question you're actually getting asked right now, aren't you? So the question that's currently being asked to you right now is that why doesn't Chizuru text Kazuya, and why does was she just waiting for Minnie to show up? Right? There's no way she was just waiting for Minnie to show up. Right? That seems really stupid, doesn't it? Why would Chizuru just wait for Minnie to show up? That doesn't make sense. Like, what if Minnie had not shown up? Would nothing have changed? This is a very interesting question. Would Chizuru really have not done anything? Right? We don't know that. We don't know. Would Chizuru would have truly done absolutely nothing? Would she have just waited that entire month and said nothing to him? That's the question that's being pitched to you right now. You don't know. Did Chizuru really not act? Would Chizuru really have done absolutely nothing until Minnie showed up? And you don't know the question. You don't know the answer to this question by design. You're not supposed to. You're meant to ask that question and get upset. You're literally meant to ask this question and get upset and be like, what the fuck? Which you have done nothing. Okay, let's keep going. To be precise, she tried to send it but hesitated and ended up not sending it after all. But this is the same as when they returned to the Hawaiians, right? It feels like we're looping. Doesn't it feel like we're looping? It's not miserable treating the person you love like garbage, the second alternative. What? Okay. I'm gonna time you out. I want you to reflect on what you just said because that's just terrible. You literally just said cheating is cool. You literally just said cheating is cool just because at least you feel better about it. That's horrible. Oh yeah, at least I feel better about myself. I'll cheat. At least I feel better about myself. That's pretty much what you're saying. Oh yeah, I'll infidelity's cool. Infidelity's cool, bro. It's fine, man. No issues, homie. What the fuck? Yeah, no. Yeah, I'll treat the person I love like garbage if it means I feel better. Someone's possession here. The daily lives of those someones are depicted. Sumikia is still a long-distance relationship. Oh. So he's talking about what Minnie was saying in these pages right here. He's talking about what Minnie is saying in these pages right here. Yeet is the new Chopto. No. At least Chopto had like some fucking decency. No. Yeet does not get compared with Chopto anymore. At least Chopto had like some decency. Like he was trying to do what he was doing out of a sense of justice. It's a misguided sense of justice, mind you, but he's trying to do something out of justice. Yeet is just like, no, fuck everybody else. I just want what I want. That's pretty much what Yeet is saying. So no. I think Chopto is better. Okay. Someone's possessions here. The daily lives of those someones are depicted. Let's see how the original translate with deep L. I don't know what's up with that one. Someone's possessions here. The daily lives of those someones are depicted. Sumi-chan is still dating, doing rental dating. Mami is leading a normal student life. Ruka is working part-time with Kazuya. It's noticeable how Kazuya looks downcast when he's with Ruka. Here, it's shown that the day of reward refers to not Chizuru, but Kazuya. Okay. Iamori. I know that's the first word. The font used for Iamori-san's lines when she's angry at Chizuru is in mancha style, which expresses Iamori-san's seriousness, right? Oh yeah, let's see how that actually looks in the Japanese. Because we don't get, that kind of stuff. Oh, look at how her words literally evolve. That's so cool. Look at how the text goes from like this to like more controlled to then escalating and escalating until it gets like this. I love the way the text is presented. She's literally getting louder and louder, and the way she's talking is like getting more and more exaggerated. Okay. Let's see. It seems that clearly starting that date on July 11th is like during the cohabitation or dates. The countdown up to that point will likely be depicted in the future. Here, it's not from the beginning a pretty good role was decided, but rather it's established that the last minute substitution role, which was decided. Right? I wonder what the thematic meaning of the substitution role is. Like, what's the thematic meaning of that? What's the point of that? Why a substitution role? Why a substitution role, I wonder? What is the thematic meaning of Chizuru taking a substitution role instead of... Yeah, I think there's some sort of meaning to Chizuru taking a substitution role instead of like, getting her own role. Maybe the original actor pulled out. I guess thematically that makes some sense. Like, wasn't Mami supposed to be the original actor? Or something like that? No, there's... I like gooning to... Okay, great. That's not the point of this stream. Maybe... Yeah, okay, we know the original actor possibly pulled out, but no, I mean, what does it represent thematically for her character? That Chizuru is taking on a substitution role. That's what I'm curious about. What does that thematically represent for her character? That's what I can't, like, piece together. That's what I don't understand. So the old Kazuya can return, have her fight for her own role? Could be. Not necessarily out of the question. Let's keep reading. Being horny is not the problem. It's where you're horny. In other words, while Chizuru probably has the talent as well, there's a strong sense that she got lucky and made it. The phrase focus on the side with the full effort just once also suggests that it's a role of that magnitude. That's why her desire to make the most of this fortune and be recognized by those around her feels even stronger. Right? And it's like, you understand that. Don't get me wrong. That what she's saying makes total sense. But something just doesn't feel right. And I can't quite pin that down. I can't quite pin that down. Like, what Mia is saying is completely right. Right? So what Mia says here is perfectly true. Chizuru probably has, while Chizuru probably has the talent for it, there's a strong sense that she got lucky and made it out. She just got lucky for it, which is, because she got lucky, she's like, I want to earn this. Like, this means a lot to me. The phrase focus on the side with full effort just once also suggests that it's a role of that magnitude. That's why her desire to make the most of this fortune and to be recognized by those around her feels even stronger. And you totally understand that, but like Chizuru does acting because she loves it. Right? Not necessarily because she wants to get famous or anything. So this raises an interesting question. What's the point of all this? The most common comment on Manga Poke was telling Kazuya about it first. Why did you leave it alone? Especially since there's the Hawaiians incident, right? I think when she was about to line Kazuya about the kiss, she got a call from her manager about the stage. And due to her excitement and desire to focus on the stage, she didn't line Kazuya. See, we don't know that. We don't know that. You'd think she would tell Kazuya. But again, we're operating on a lot of assumptions. We're operating on a lot of assumptions, and we don't really know. A lot of this chapter raises questions to things we just don't understand. However, since she's unilaterally kissed Kazuya and confused him, it would have been necessary to line him about the stage matter and tell him to wait. The Hawaiian's 3-month abandonment incident was for the reason of it because it's bad for Aruka-chan. I think the attitude that seems to ignore Kazuya's feelings of because I want to focus on the stage is what's being criticized this time as well. Right? That makes perfect sense. You're meant to feel this way. Before she had an excuse. Right? But like she could just tell him. There's no reason not to tell him this. So why isn't she? There's absolutely no reason not to just tell Kazuya about this play. I don't see why not. Even if she doesn't want to talk about the kiss yet, even if she wants to put that to the side, it makes no sense. Why not tell him? It makes no sense. This chapter literally does not make sense. She should tell him. Right? At the very least, she should have texted him. This is where I brought up a crazy, weird theory that doesn't add up because we have no real evidence for it. What do I mean by this? The theory is simply stems from the fact that Minnie's wearing D-mail, where basically D-mail, the way it works, it's from SteinsGate, and the way it works is that you send mail back to the past to create an alternate timeline. Because when they see the mail, they do something different and they change the timeline. But you could also send the mail and theoretically nothing happens. So technically you could not change anything. And I think like based on that, theoretically maybe Chizuru texted Kazuya, maybe she did tell him, but when you see Kazuya here, it doesn't look like she did. So that's purely conjecture. We have no way of actually knowing. So on that front, the only thing we have to possibly prove is she may tell him later, right? She might tell him after. But you know, it's weird. One interesting part in Minnie's phone is that she texts Kazuya at 2 a.m. Yeah, I know. Minnie's phone is a complete mess. That's the other thing too. She texts him at like 2 a.m. The DML and Oda reference are too hard to ignore. Yeah, like that's the thing. That's the thing I'm kind of feeling is like with Oda Nobunaga, the whole thing for him is that he's the great uniter of Japan, but he never sees Japan unite. For a D-mail, it's seemingly implying to you maybe they already texted. Or Minnie, like, I don't know, Minnie texted him. Like, Minnie texted him to tell him to change things and he didn't? What if Chizuru's phone call was at like 11 p.m. and Minnie texted him around 2 a.m.? What happened for 3 hours? We need context. What do you mean 3 hours? It was 2 a.m. to 10:30. There's a lot more than 3 hours. And Chizuru's call was Chizuru's call around that time? What time was it? We can see. We should be able to see. It was around 10:30 in this chapter at this point. We don't see a time here. So it would have been around 10:30 or 11. So somewhere between that point. So yeah, The chapter is literally not giving you proper info. The chapter is literally not giving you proper info. And the fact that you're seeing Minnie literally missing literally 99 texts, I think is a sign. The fact that Minnie is missing 999 plus texts, her phone is at 2% battery, it's like she's literally barely operating on any real information. Isn't that literally what that would imply to you? That you have all these things you should be catching up on and you're super behind and you're not taking care of yourself, just like you're not taking care of your phone. So what you're operating on is barely any actual information at all. You don't have enough. You're clearly blind and you don't see the full picture. So that in the Japanese version, the text bubble, yeah, the text bubble is still blank. I'm aware. In the Japanese version, it's still blank. I'm aware. Wow, badly written chapter, you mean? You're getting a timeout for that. I'll only gate it 10 minutes, but you're getting a timeout for that. Unbelievable. No. Something intentionally being presented to you. Okay, Cheetah's getting a timeout too. Jesus Christ. Can we just be normal people for a fucking second? Actually engage with what I'm saying for 2 fucking seconds? No? Is that not possible? It's almost like a story can intentionally present you false information, present you a false narrative, because that's part of the story's point. It's almost like the chapter looks bad by design. And that's the point. You're supposed to feel this way. You're literally getting caught up in Reiji's trap. He's doing this on purpose. He's literally showing you the very premise for this chapter. From the opening page, it's morning, it's Minnie, and we look at her disorganized, messy-ass phone. You're literally already getting, hey, look, this isn't actually nearly as organized as it looks. Something is wrong with this picture. You're literally seeing a messy picture and you don't realize. If you pay attention, you'll realize something is wrong, right? So Minnie's phone being this way is already highlighting, hey, this picture is incomplete. If this picture is incomplete, what's to say the rest of the picture that you're seeing in this chapter is complete? What's to say the rest of the picture you're getting in this chapter is complete? For instance, Minnie literally has an exact perfect image of the kiss, like she saw it herself. But Minnie didn't. Now, from a writing perspective, yeah, okay, you can kind of have a little bit of suspension of disbelief where you can just say, oh, that's just happening because, the writer's doing that. You get what it means. Of course you didn't see it. No shit. But when you think about the context of Minnie's character, who goes out of her way to literally experience what Chizuru experienced in the previous chapter, literally reenacting exactly what Chizuru did, this seems more interesting. This seems a lot more interesting, right? Seriously, what is Chizuru-san doing? You see the kiss again. Something is weird about this chapter. You're literally getting literally a messy picture, an incomplete messy picture, and that reflects Minnie herself. Her phone reflects her own picture and how she herself doesn't understand everything properly. She kissed him right after she rejected him in Odaiba. Her actions are so outlandish that I don't even know what to think. Says the person with the fucking crazy-ass phone, right? Right, so Chizuru to Minnie seems outlandish. I love how Minnie is intentionally highlighted here, but she's literally isolated from the people around her. You see people around her, but it intentionally zooms in on Minnie. And I love how it looks like a movie shot. I love how it intentionally looks like a movie shot, where it's like literally intentionally zooming in on Minnie as she's walking, and you can literally almost feel the motion of her walking. But the chapter intentionally has Minnie be the center page. And I think that's interesting. Right, like what the fuck is the point of that? Why is Minnie the center page? Let me see what Crumpy said for the portion with Minnie. So the first page for Minnie reads, even at a university, what concerns her is Kazuya and Chizuru. Those two are who are bad at love. Okay. Yamori Minnie. So it's literally Minnie's own perception that Kazuya and Chizuru are bad at love when she's the one who's doing this. Yoromori Minnie, despite her looks, she's a caring heroine, beautiful girl. The word for caring is this one. Helpful person, person who likes looking after others. Overly help. Oh. So the word caring they use, oh my god. This is the word caring that they use for Minnie's character. Helpful person, person who likes looking after others. Overly helpful person, annoyingly helpful person. Manager, a go-between, a caretaker. I hope this highlights the issue. I hope this highlights the issue. Minnie is a little too involved. Minnie is a little too involved. It's literally telling you in the cover page. It's not that she's a bad person, right? She's a caring heroine. However, the word caring is intentionally like she's a little too much, right? Too involved. Okay. She kissed him after the rejection in Odaiba, but I'm not wrong about what I said to Master. Chizuru's son, of all people, wouldn't kiss him for no reason. No matter how I look at it, he's definitely one. But you just said you don't understand. Minnie literally just said, I don't understand. And then she's saying he's definitely won. If you don't understand, how could you know he won? Johann Lover. Oh. Okay then. Interesting name choice. Maybe Minnie is the new movie star. Maybe that's the reference that. Wait, what? Huh? How? Minnie's never acted. But that makes no sense. Minnie's literally never acted. What? Okay. Yeah. So, and then Minnie says she must have had some sort of change of heart. This is so shallow. Minnie is like so convinced Chizuru is having like changes of hearts when we've never actually seen that. Chizuru's emotions have actually been very consistent throughout the series, like overly so. They've just been very like even in the cohabitation, even after that, she's been very consistent in her feelings. So she didn't have a change of heart. So you're already getting false information, right? We're already operating on a false premise. And then we talked about this earlier, where Minnie's like convinced, Chizuru was trying to hide it, but was Chizuru actually trying to hide it, or just keeping it from Minnie? Master and I were on a totally different wavelengths because of that. Was it because of that, or was it because of your own actions? Right? She blames Chizuru for this, right? And you would too, right? She blames Chizuru for this, and many of you would too. Oh, the reason Chizuru and the reason Minnie and Kazuya had their misunderstanding is because of Chizuru. In reality, it was Minnie's own fault. Okay, but she blames Chizuru for that. Was Chizuru ever actually trying to hide it? Still, I totally get it, how Master feels. Do you? Do you actually understand how Kazuya feels? Or do you just think you do? If she had really made up her mind, then she should have contacted him right away. This is the interesting part. Minnie flashes back to this scene a few times. Right? Minnie flashes back to this scene a few times, but she's the one who put that thought in his head. She's the one who put this thought in his head that Chizuru changed her mind and she's going to change her mind again. Minnie is the one who's convinced that's what's going on. She's the one who put that thought in his head in the first place, so Minnie is literally operating on a false premise. The very premise of what Minnie is doing is false. So naturally, everything that's being presented to you and her thoughts and what she says are false. Is there a different reason, or did she have yet another change of heart? God, I'm so fucking mad at Minnie. Okay, why is everybody talking to um YL. I'll call him YL. I don't want to say the full name. For years now, I've stayed quiet, but today people pissed me off too much. That's cute. That's cute. That's funny. Okay. Johan about to crash out in chat. Cute. It's just the line itself is funny. The line itself is funny. Johan lover equals Chupto. Oh no. Chupto is a lot more outspoken. Chupto's a lot more outspoken. Uskurs the goat. Johan lovers. Okay. This is getting a little out of hand. I'm gonna need you guys to chill out in chat. This is stupid as fuck. This is really fucking stupid. This is really fucking dumb. I'm just gonna keep goddamn. Okay, let me just continue. Okay. So if she had really made up her mind, then she should have contacted him right away. Is there a reason? Is there a different reason, or did she have yet another change of heart? So that's already implying to you there was a different reason she didn't contact him, which was the play. But that also doesn't make sense. Maybe I just don't know about it again. Right? So Minnie already admits to herself she doesn't know. But still, she kissed him. She wouldn't do that without taking any responsibility. That's the answer to her research. Why do I feel like we're operating on a false premise? Why do I feel like Minnie is so... Minnie wants to label this and give the answer, and I think that's the problem. Minnie's trying to constantly give this answer that isn't... That is like telling us what it is, instead of just asking Chizuru what it means. Right? She needs to be convinced she's correct instead of just asking Chizuru what it means. And she doesn't really want to. I don't think Minnie wants to actually ask Chizuru what any of this means. She doesn't. Notice how she never does that. Notice how she's so sure that she's right. She never asks Chizuru what any of this means. He said that she tried to avoid stringing him on even during the date, according to Master. Chizuru's-san definitely knows what a kiss means. Besides, it was obvious. She was ready to face it. If she regretted it, then she could have avoided seeing me by going out or something. But that's the thing. There's an issue, Minnie. There's an issue. Here's another false premise. I just realized there's literally another false premise. Chizuru didn't know she was coming. And we're intentionally shown the shot where Chizuru tells Minnie, I thought you were coming. I heard you were coming. But we know that's a lie. We know that's a lie because, let's go to chapter 387. When Minnie does this stuff, Minnie doesn't see herself, right? She doesn't look at herself. Chizuru says, do you want something to eat? I heard you were coming back today, so I made enough for two. Where did she hear that? Only Kazuya would have told her. Except, if you go to the previous chapter, thanks for cleaning up the room. She says that, and she tells her, sorry about the curtain. She says, it's fine, I'll take it off with Minnie-chan. But what happens at the end of chapter 386? She says she'll take off the curtain with Minnie. What happens in the end of chapter 386? It's already down. Which implies to you she didn't know Minnie was coming. And Chizuru is not, it just doesn't react when Minnie shows up. It's like she wasn't expecting her. So, literally, chapter 390 already operates on a false premise. That Chizuru could have, if she regretted it, then she could have avoided seeing me. But Chizuru didn't know you were coming. Did she? Chizuru didn't know you were coming. And the food proves it. The food wasn't for Minnie, it was for Kazuya. So we're already being confused. I think chapter 388, yeah, chapter 388 highlights that point perfectly. Kazuya and Minnie are literally talking past each other and completely misunderstanding the situation. If Kazuya and Minnie are talking past each other and completely misunderstanding the situation, then what if that's literally what's happening with Chizuru and Kazuya? Right? Literally what she says right here. Master and I were in totally different wavelengths because of that. What if they are already in completely different wavelengths and you don't even realize that you're making it worse because you're literally in the middle? That's the whole point. We're literally operating on a wrong premise, and Minnie is just digging her heel deeper and deeper into it because she's so convinced she's right. What if Chizuru, like, she never even considers, what if Chizuru didn't know you were coming? What if Chizuru never knew? What if Chizuru just half lied to you? She went out of her way to ask me, and she was prepared to talk even if it was about the kiss. She didn't go out of her way to ask you. That was just like literally a reaction. Chizuru, she couldn't help it. She didn't go out of her way to ask her anything. Chizuru just couldn't help it. She was just curious. She really wanted to know. That's one way of looking at it. Okay, but you act like it's the only way. Minnie doesn't know, she just assumes. Yeah, and the chapter is full of these assumptions. That's human nature. No, I know that's human nature. I'm just saying, you're literally being presented a false premise, and that's the issue. It's like, when the basis of your chapter is a false premise, the natural end of the chapter should only be false as well. The conclusion of the chapter should be just as false as the opening of this chapter, because the very nature of the chapter itself, the very basis and its foundation is false. So naturally, the entire chapter has to be false too. Everything about the chapter has to be a lie if the basis of it is a lie. She's practically begging for someone to give her a push. Is she? Maybe she was then. Maybe Chizuru was then. But is she now? We don't know. What's going on? Minnie has more subs than me, probably. Minnie is a cute, attractive girl who literally, what is it? She both cosplays and she checks out, what is it? She checks out like lingerie, and she checks out like underwear and shit. And she checks out bras. No shit. Of course she has way more than me. Who are we kidding ourselves? Of course she does. Minnie's got me beat by a country mile. I'm just a stupid idiot who streams and doesn't actually make proper videos. Of course Minnie's got me beat. Just cosplay fate. But I'm not attractive like Minnie, so it doesn't help. Plus, whatever. Let me read. Minnie did what Kazuya would rarely do, and that's what makes Minnie such a good friend to Chizuru and Kazuya, who says things that Chizuru and Kazuya rarely dare to say to each other. No, Tsukiyomi-sama. No, Minnie's actually making everything worse. Minnie's actually making everything worse. And that was presented to you from chapter 388. She goes to Kazuya's house, she gets him drunk and doesn't understand anything. And even after getting him drunk and realizing Chizuru kissed him, she gets him more drunk and wastes more of his time, and then reenacts Chizuru's whole thing with Kazuya. Minnie is actually being a very irresponsible friend. No, Minnie is actually not being helpful. She's being a very irresponsible friend. She's actually making everything worse because everything she's operating on is a false premise. So naturally, because everything in the chapter is a false premise, that's what leads me to believe what Chizuru says to Minnie at the end is also false. Like the final line Chizuru says to Minnie, it has to not be true. Okay, let's keep reading. So she's begging for a push, then she sees Chizuru with her friends. Okay. Minnie freaks. Notice how Minnie gets hidden in shadows. Okay, I want to go to the beach again. Wait, what? So Chizuru can just leave us in the middle of it again? It's going down in history at this point. Oh, geez, give me a break already. I feel like this is a nod to the readers. Hey, look, remember how Chizuru fucked up then? Remember how Chizuru fucked up then? What if yeah, you're not gonna let her have a break ever? How about that ever, huh? We're gonna always give Chizuru shit. And this is literally like, this is a nod to how the readers keep giving Chizuru shit. And she's literally like, give me a break. And they proceed to say, haha, nope, we're never letting that one go. Does this sound familiar? It should sound so familiar. That's literally what the fans are doing to Chizuru right now. Literally never letting it go. Literally never giving her a break. Ever. Okay. So, yeah, we got that. I'm totally stalking her. Not your first time either, Minnie, is it? Not your first time either, Minnie, is it? Yeah, she stalked Chizuru, when was it? She stalked Chizuru also when Umi was over, right? She got Kazuya to go with her, literally played into Kazuya's worst instincts and fears. Okay. I'm so sorry, Mother. I've always tried to live my life without a crime. Oh, Minnie. Sorry, Ishika senpai. Blue hair, hometown senpai. Even her hometown senpai is idolized. Do your best to enjoy your time on Earth. Just don't cause trouble for people. What does Minnie do? What does Minnie do in this chapter? She's literally screaming at Chizuru. Is she not causing trouble? Is Minnie not causing trouble here? Miss Overcaring Senpai. Or sorry, Miss Overcaring Kohai. Now let's keep going. There's no way I'm going to find out what she's thinking just by staring at her from afar. Huh. It's almost like that's what Kazuya should do. It's almost like you don't know anything. But Minnie doesn't ask questions. She just yells at Chizuru. She makes a whole bunch of assumptions. She just yells at Chizuru the whole time. Okay. I want to go snowboarding too in the winter. Oh, good idea. Okay, so this is interesting. Notice how Chizuru is already seemingly making plans with her friends. She talks about the beach, and she talks about winter trips. But that doesn't make sense considering she's supposedly working on this play, which is in a month, and she's going to focus on that. Now, it could. Don't get me wrong. It could. I could be wrong. Because the play is, according to Chizuru, the play is just in a month and a half. So literally, she could theoretically have time in summer to hang out with her friends and do things. But the fact that she's already making plans with her friends, right? The fact that she's talking to her friends, the fact that she's engaging with her friends, contradicts a very fundamental premise. I've decided that I won't have a boyfriend until I'm done with that. But she can make plans with her friends? Do you see how what she tells Minnie could be a lie? Because you're literally seeing her already making plans with her friends in the future. And it's no problem. And she already got picked for this role in this play. So why does Chizuru tell Minnie, I'm not going to have a boyfriend during the play? Do you see how that makes no sense? It does not add up. You need to pay attention to these details. Why would she make plans with her friends if she was never going to have a boyfriend who she would make plans with? And then if you dig into it more, before this, Chizuru would audition for plays. Like here, I'll just pull up what I wrote on Twitter. I won't like put it right here, but I'll just pull up what I wrote on Twitter really fast. Dating is not a burden to Chizuru's acting. Before this point in the story, she did rental, acting school, college, plays, helped her sick grandma, dieted, auditioned, helped Kazuya with his family stuff, and had time to rent with him, and had time to audition for her plays. But somehow, dating is too hard now? Do you see how it doesn't really add up? Right? When you consider all of that, that doesn't add up. Now let's dig into it some more. During the rehearsal in chapter 336, Kazuya worries that that asking Chizuru out during her play is a burden to her. I'm going to read Kazuya's words to you. Right? These are literally Just straight up Kazuya's words if this thing will move. This has also been on my mind lately. I planned the dates to be after her play's final performance, but was that really a good idea to ask her out in the middle of it? But she told me that she was getting ready for the date. At the very least, that means she's been thinking about it. For me, you're the only thing that I've been thinking about. Right. So, and we literally see Chizuru so focused that Miho, who wanted to bully her, freaks out and backs off. This highlights that Kazuya is a strength, not a burden, right? So before, literally 2 chapters before that, what happened? Chizuru heard them talking about dating and stuff, and she freaks out. And it's really cute. It's adorable. Then, when it comes to actually acting, shuts that shit down. I'm in fucking control, right? I have this shit on lock. I hope I didn't bother her by asking her out. You're already getting contradictions just by rereading the manga. Dating would never be an issue for her. I can understand Chizuru's conviction. So like this is what makes it interesting. Chizuru's conviction and motivation for her play matters to her a lot. She really wanted to do this, but a part of Chizuru's acting is that she loves it and she wants the people she loves to see her. So when she tells Minnie the specific date, it's like she wants Kazuya to come to this thing. It's like an invitation to Kazuya to come to this thing. But then this premise right here that I won't date doesn't make sense. So literally what she's saying doesn't add up and it feels like an excuse. Right? Doesn't that feel weird? It feels like an excuse. Okay. So Minnie pulls Chizuru into the room, right? So Chizuru separates from her friends and Minnie pulls her into the room. This is super interesting because it reminded me of chapter 2, which might feel weird to you, but here, hold on, let me show you what I'm talking about. This might sound a little weird on like first mention. Why the fuck would this make you think of chapter 2? But here. In chapter 2, Chizuru and Kazuya run into each other. And Chizuru runs off. Kazuya finally separates from his friends. Chizuru, like literally, oh my god, it's identical. Okay, see ya later. See ya. See ya later. Later. See ya. Chizuru comes in, grabs him, drags him into a room, and literally says, "You better not tell anybody. No one knows about me except for you. We have nothing to do with each other. You hear? Promise me." In case you were wondering, yes, I was keeping it a secret. You can understand why, right? To keep people like you who would spread rumors that would make my life difficult. And I'm quite fond of what I do. Sorry if it's your intention, but I'm not planning to stop doing it because of you. Even though her clothes and makeup are different, it's still Chizuru Mizuhara. Repeat after me. You and I have nothing. I get it. Seriously, of all places you could be, you choose this one. It's like all the effort I put into keeping this location for school and dates separate had no meaning at all. How the hell would I know? And don't pull that blame on me. Okay, quiet down. You were just yelling at me a second ago. You being here is already a bother. If you leak even one word of this, I won't forgive you. Why is it bad if people know that I went out with you? What the hell are you going to say? I got dumped by my girlfriend, so I went to a rented one? Is that what you're going to do? Goodbye. I hope that you understand and never request my service again. That self-centered girl. Where does that perfectly mannered girl go? Chizuru Mizuhara, like hell I would want to rent another time. Gets a call from his grandma. So isn't this interesting when you look at what Minnie does? Minnie confronts Chizuru at school, just like Chizuru confronted Kazuya at school. Right? She literally yells at her to do something. Whereas Chizuru is telling Kazuya to do nothing, to keep it a secret. So in that sense, if Chizuru's role is, if we assume that that's similar to that, we could go to another basis and say something like, maybe Chizuru is keeping a secret here. Right? So if Chizuru was keeping a secret then, what's to say Chizuru isn't keeping a secret here, but she's the one being accosted at school? Do you see how those chapters can like reverse each other? And literally the same thing happens, right? She literally confronts him in like a closet or a classroom, just like Minnie does. The average audience takes this contradiction as bad writing. It's really a thin ice ground. Yeah. No, it feels intentional. It really feels intentional. So when you see that possible similarity, that like Minnie literally pulled her into a classroom, just like Kazuya was pulled into a classroom by Chizuru, then there's a clear similarity happening here. But before then, Chizuru was but before then, wait. Think about it for a sec. Fuck. What does Minnie say here? I don't even care that you hid it from me, but don't you have any idea what putting Master through right now? Have you considered what you're putting her through? That you're confronting her at school and causing this scene is frustrating to Chizuru. The way she's dressed is even similar. Oh my god. It's not the same, but it looks similar. Right? Look at Chizuru's clothes. Chizuru's clothes look similar. They're not the same. They are not the same. But they look similar. And so the fact that Chizuru is getting confronted like this in school and yelling at her like this, you can kind of understand where Chizuru is coming from, because now we know, because we remember what Kazuya felt. Why the hell would I know? And don't put all the blame on me. Right? Don't put all the blame on me. It's not all my fault. Why are you just yelling at me? Why isn't he doing anything? Why do I need to move again? Notice how Chizuru never says that to Minnie. Right? Notice how Chizuru never says this to Minnie. Huh. Isn't that interesting? Instead, she tells this to Minnie. So, yeah. So that's the point of this, and seeing it, I think about it, is like, why are you putting all the blame on Chizuru? It's not all her fault. Kazuya's not doing anything. So how's it all Chizuru's fault? Where does Minnie come off showing up here and being a little shitter about this? I love early Chizuru behavior. I mean, yeah. I like Chizuru there too. I think the way their dynamics and their relationship change is so interesting. And I'm interested to see what Chizuru acts like now. I don't care that you hid it from me, but you don't have any idea what you're putting Master through right now. I wouldn't say this in front of Master because I have faith as well, but to have him come this far and still make him wait is something only a cruel woman would do. What can Kazuya do? Bro, just fucking text her. Hey, I want to talk. Did she say she wouldn't talk? Did Chizuru tell Minnie here she wouldn't talk to him? Did that ever happen? Did at any point Chizuru say to Minnie, I won't talk to him? It's a yes or no answer. It's a yes or no answer. No. She never said this. She just said she wouldn't have a boyfriend. That doesn't mean she won't interact with him. That doesn't mean she won't meet him. That doesn't mean she won't speak to him. What can Kazuya do? Bro, are you like a helpless child who can't fucking move? Just text her. You text your friends. You talk to your friends. You can talk to everybody else. Why can't you talk to her? Was the illustration change intentional? You mean his art style? That changed? Yeah. I mean, there's a few layers to it. One, how Reishi used to draw at the very beginning of the series is fundamentally not sustainable. There's no way he could have kept that up. So the art style shift is in part intentional to simplify his artwork and make it easier to do it on a weekly basis. However, he still maintains a quality, and his art style has changed from the start of the series. His art style back then looks very different. You can see more of what Reishi's art style is really like when you look at volumes. Right? You can see that when you can interact with the volumes. There's no lines in between. There's no reading in between the lines. She just literally just didn't say that. That's it. She didn't answer Minnie's question. She didn't say she won't do anything. She just said, I'm doing this play. That's what I'm working on. That's it. That's it. There's no you don't have to think about it that hard. You have a question, just ask her. Anyways. So yeah, Minnie accosts Chizuru in this chapter, putting all the blame on her and saying Kazuya believes in her. But Kazuya is seemingly doing nothing. And here's the interesting thing about this chapter that, the anime omits. Kazuya gets a call from his grandma, and he gets cornered, and he can show up to Chizuru and ask her to do rental for him. And he's even willing to, resort to blackmail, and she's like, you piece of shit. And he won't actually do it, but you piece of shit. And then they fucking agree on that. Huh. It's almost like Kazuya at the start of the series had more, actual influence than he does now. Huh. It's almost like Kazuya at the start of the series, when he was seemingly powerless and couldn't do anything, had more influence over the story than he does now. But for some fucking reason, Minnie needs to be the one who accosts her and talks to her in private, not Kazuya. Minnie is living Kazuya's life for him. And she's so busy yelling at Chizuru, she doesn't actually see her. Even now, Chizuru is in shadows. Shadows. Invisible. Literally, her face is not visible. Shadows. 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 Right? Doesn't say anything. Leaves. And then Minnie is in shadows too. Because she herself is blind. The light is blinding her. She can't see anything. So let's see. A cruel woman. He believes in you with every fiber of his being even now, and he's taking everything you've said to heart. If he believes in her, why isn't he here? If he believes in her, why isn't he here? He has faith that one day he'll be rewarded. That's not Kazuya's words. Right? Minnie is like Kazuya just says, Kazuya is that I'll wait for 10 to 20 years. But it's not about a reward. It's not some reward. He just wants to be with her. Do you really not care if someone snatches him away from you? I don't know what kind of guy you like, but I don't think you'll ever find someone who loves you as much as he does. I'm just gonna put user on timeout, 30 minutes. I don't have to keep explaining myself to you. I do it every time and you don't listen. I don't have to keep doing it. If you don't like it, you're welcome to leave. I have to, look, the reason I'm just going to start timing people out or banning them is just because I explain this every time. Some new person comes in, says it again. You want to know my thoughts on that? Why don't you go and reread the chapter? Actually engage with what I say. Unbelievable. July 11th. A month and a half from now, there's a big play. It's a play from a director that I've always wanted to act for. I received an urgent call yesterday asking me to step in as a replacement for a pretty big role. Rehearsal starts this weekend, and I would like to have all my focus on it. There's a projector here, which I think is really interesting. I think it's really fascinating that Reiji shows a projector here. And literally, look at what they're standing. Look at where they're standing. They're standing in the center of the room. Literally, the center of the stage. Is Chizuru acting here? She's talking about acting, but is there literally a projector on and she's playing a role for Minnie? Right? This could also nod back to the movie arc when Kazuya created the film. Right? This is clearly nodding to the movie arc where Kazuya created the film. So she also fixes her stance. Yeah, that's a good catch. Her stance was much more freaked out. And then here she seems a lot more controlled. Right? Chizuru feels a lot more controlled, whereas Minnie still has her wide stance. Yeah, this is very controlled. And you can see the conviction on her face when she says this, but there's a sweat drop. Something is off here. Right? Chizuru seems there's a clear sense of conviction here, but something is off about this picture. Because the words don't match her actions and her eyes are open, clear sense of conviction, but there's a little sweat drop. Why a sweat drop if she has so much conviction, right? The sweat drop usually conveys uncertainty. So why a sweat drop if she has so much conviction about this? Right? That doesn't make sense. When Chizuru starts walking away, Minnie is stunned. Then she says, "What about after that?" Chizuru doesn't answer. Because think about it. Think about it. By this logic, after this, she'll get another play, and another play, and another play. So how would this ever work? What's the logic here? There isn't. This isn't logical. Right? The play may be real, but something about this picture isn't right. Like 387, I don't know why people assume Chizuru has to tell the truth to Minnie. Then they get angry with what she said. Yeah, Chizuru has shown she's willing to lie if it means protecting something she cares about. You see that in Hawaiians. You see Chizuru lie to Minnie constantly throughout the cohabitation. Chapter 249, when they get back home, Chizuru lies to Minnie. Chapter 200, and there's like a whole bunch of other examples. Like chapter 300 and something, she lies to Minnie. Chapter 317, she lies to Minnie. Chapter 319, she lies to Minnie. During the cosplay thing, she lies to Minnie about not dressing up as a bunny girl. Chapter 387, she lies to Minnie. What's to say she didn't lie here? Right? The fact that Chizuru lies is the thing mommy gets upset about. This is the thing that upsets mommy about Chizuru, is like Chizuru lies, even though mommy herself is a liar, which is fucking hilarious. So what's to say Chizuru didn't lie to Minnie here? What's to say she didn't? Right? And again, let's read some of the stuff I said. Okay. This chapter is actually one big alternate reality created by Minnie's perceptions and her misguided attempt to help. See, Minnie represents the readers, and the readers are currently lost and scared, so naturally she is too. We can see this in a few ways. I already talked about this earlier. I don't need to read it again, right? This reflects us as readers. This makes perfect sense to us. Yep, already said that. All right. And like Minnie, I said Minnie was like following like a light novel. Already read that part. So this brings us to 2, missing and wrong information. Left in plain sight. We skipped a whole night. We never see Chizuru's talk to her manager. See, I think that's really crucial. Chizuru tells us what her manager and her talked about yesterday. Chizuru tells us. But should we trust her word when this word is being spoken to Minnie, who operates on a false premise? That's the issue. Mommy is not a sociopath. We'll talk about that another time. That's the issue here. Chizuru we're operating on the basis that Chizuru would tell Minnie the truth. And when she's saying this, she's literally hidden in shadow, which implies she's not telling her the truth. But is this the truth? It doesn't make sense because we see her making plans with her friends earlier. Why can't she make plans with Kazuya too? It doesn't make sense. This chapter, the wording and the presentation does not add up. Okay, let's keep going. This is never shown to us. Last chapter ends with a call, and this one begins with a text. But did nothing really happen in that time? So isn't that interesting? Last chapter ends with a call at night. Chizuru being unable to text, but she gets a call. This chapter starts with a text in the morning. They're the reverse of each other. What, right? Chizuru's phone case is black. Minnie's is white. They're literally reversed. Isn't that interesting? Why are these 2 chapters seemingly reversed? I talk about D-mail and how Kazuya said this whole thing in chapter 263. And this is where I bring up something interesting. D-mail is how time travel is done in that story in SteinsGate, where they send mail back in time to create a new timeline. This is even a dialogue said by Kazuya in chapter 263 with Mami. But time doesn't work like that in the real world. It doesn't go back. It doesn't change. You can lose time. You can waste it. In that sense, with this idea that you can waste and lose time, this aligns well with Chizuru seemingly telling Minnie here, right? I don't want to waste this time. I received an urgent call asking me to step in as a replacement for a pretty big role. I would like to have all my focus on it. In that sense, this aligns with that theme of time. Chizuru doesn't want to waste her time. She wants to focus on this film. But what's to say she can't? But what's to say? But in that way, when she says, I don't want a boyfriend, it implies to you that that would be a waste of time. But Chizuru has never thought of that as a waste of time. In fact, we have many examples, such as when she was literally the episode we saw yesterday when she's talking to Sayuri and she says, as long as you keep that in mind, they'll surely be drawn to you. Anyone you would want to have by your side. Chizuru wants people by her side. So why would she consider the play more important than her boyfriend or Kazuya? In the 3-month time skip, she also learns this. I said so, didn't I? I wouldn't leave you hanging. I'll definitely give you an answer for what I did to you. When they separated for the short period of time. And of course, the time limit they had set for when Kazuya had to move. So the theme of time is a permeating thing here. And Chizuru doesn't feel like someone who would waste her time or take her time with Kazuya for granted. So why would she literally do that? Why would she say, I'm not going to have a boyfriend in this time, when she's literally said in the past how much that means to her, to have someone who could support her and be there with her? Time doesn't work like that in the real world. It doesn't go back. It doesn't change. You can lose time. You can waste it. And she wouldn't take it for granted, right? In that sense, you can see that with the film, but what's to say, but then she's seemingly sacrificing something else. Chizuru knows that all too well. The 3 months, Hawaiians, the short separation, and the cohabitation show this. So, are we actually doing the thing where Chizuru is picking between career and love, or is that just an illusion? Is this just an illusion and that never actually happened? You just think that's happening. But what if this is all just one big illusion and that's not actually happening? Maybe something else entirely is happening, because so much of the date, of the cohabitation, so much of it is you not understanding Chizuru. So much of it is an illusion. Literally, the chapter, as I was reading it, is a big illusion. Minnie operates on a false premise. So what's to say what we were told here is also a false premise, an illusion? That's not true. That Chizuru is lying to Minnie in some way, shape, or form. Which makes the answer Chizuru gives Minnie in this chapter all the more nonsensical. This makes absolutely no sense for Chizuru. Rather, it's Reiji intentionally playing into the reader's current hatred towards Chizuru. It's by design. It shows us how wrong we really are, blind we are. Read never stops comment. Okay. I somehow see future chapters. Minnie becomes against their relationship. It persuades Kazuya to give up, believing pursuing this relationship won't be happy. Her tears and fists indicate frustration. Those aren't tears. She's sweating. So this isn't a tear. She's sweating. She clenches her fist, but look at her face. She doesn't seem unhappy. This is Kazuya's day of reward. This is great. Minnie does not seem unhappy here. I don't agree with this. I don't agree with this. That Minnie does not seem unhappy here. Minnie is vibing. The answer is that she doesn't want, that she's still rejecting him and nothing has changed after the kiss. No, this isn't true. No. Tombi, please go back and pay attention to what I said about this chapter and like a little bit earlier. We were literally going through the chapter, and the entire chapter is a false premise. Minnie literally operates on false information. So what's to say Chizuru won't give her more false information? It doesn't make sense. This entire chapter is a false premise. It is a red herring. It does not make sense. And it's not supposed to. You are meant to be left angry, frustrated, and mad at Chizuru, making assumptions like you're making assumptions, and you're meant to feel like another excuse has arisen. Therefore, the story is going to drag. This is literally Reiji being like, hey, look, you guys always say I'm dragging. Here's another excuse. Here's another big excuse. Here's a big development. He's literally intentionally presenting you the thing that you're seemingly upset about. He knows what he's doing. Literally the goalpost moving. Yeah, that's exactly the point. Yeah, that's literally the point. And it feels on purpose. I don't know, but to me, Minnie seems to be frustrated, and I want her to step away from their relationship from this point on. Lol. I think that's gonna happen, but maybe not right away. I think Minnie does need a little bit of space between them. She's a little too fucking involved. That's the issue. I don't know if that'll happen right away. I think we're kind of skipping some steps. I think Kazuya and Chizuru need to talk, and we need to not be skipping so many steps. But let's go back. So give me a sec. I'm gonna use the restroom. BRB. Real quick. BRB. Oops. Okay. Camera, adjust. Camera. Think. Okay. Feel blurry. I think we're okay now. Okay. So like literally what's happening with Minnie is that in this chapter she's frustrated and mad. But notice why she's frustrated and mad. Notice the two flashbacks you intentionally get with Minnie that show why she's frustrated and mad. First, where is it? This one. Minnie is the reason Kazuya says this. And she gets frustrated and mad on his behalf. So what happens in 388? What happens in 388? Let's go back. Let's recap just really quick. 388, we have Minnie going to Kazuya's place, bringing booze and beer, and then she tells him this bullshit, gets him confused. He gets mad and he starts yelling and all this stuff. And notice how Minnie doesn't take any responsibility for this. That Kazuya's mad, frustrated, and yelling and all that stuff. No, literally. Look at Kazuya here. He is literally spewing venom from his mouth, and Minnie just sits there and drinks. Yup, this is normal. This is totally normal and chill behavior. Then in 389, notice what Minnie does. She reenacts the entire sequence with Chizuru to be like, I totally understand now. I understand the details now. I have a completely perfect picture. My POV is not flawed at all, even though I got this from Kazuya. Okay. She then proceeds to tell him all this stuff. Basically, Chizuru's son rejected you or die, but no matter her reasons, she could have ended everything right then and there, and then she kissed you, right? So then she tells him, Chizuru's son isn't the type of person to sit back and rest while feeling this kind of guilt. We don't know if Chizuru was feeling guilty after Hawaiians, or not after Hawaiians, after the date, right? Maybe something else was going on. We don't know what's going on. Kazuya asks her, the kiss really meant a lot. But would she really change her mind in just one night? Minnie doesn't know this. Notice what Minnie tells him. Notice what Minnie tells him. Sometimes girls are just like that. They say a woman's heart is changes like the seasons, but in reality, they're just unaware attention seekers. Who's the one hanging out with Kazuya right now? Who's the one who's constantly focusing on him? Who's the one who pulls up her phone at the very end? Right? Who's the one who pulls up her phone at the very end? Okay. Maybe they realize how important, oh, sorry, not at the very end, the very beginning of this chapter, looking at her phone, who's a 2% battery, has 999 plus messages, and she only texts Kazuya. Who's an unaware attention seeker? Okay. Sometimes girls are just like that. Maybe they realize how important you are after leaving, or maybe they just wait to hear you say you love them. My friend gets in an argument twice a week just to make up with him again. Really? Is that really true? Based on this, she then tells him to text Chizuru. She doesn't tell him to text Chizuru and find out if she changed her mind. She assumes she changed her mind. Then, when Kazuya struggles to text, notice what he says. It just makes me think maybe she changed her mind again. Are these even his thoughts, or are these literally because Minnie answered the question instead of telling him to ask? Which begs the question, Minnie's anger and frustration in this chapter, are they even hers? Are they even Kazuya's? Because she's the one who put that thought in his head in the first place. So she's literally operating on a false premise. And literally the motivation she has in this scene is this and this again. It just makes me think maybe she changed her mind again, but for Master's sake, something has to change. You're the one who made things like this. You're the one who made things like this. Minnie is the one who created this false premise. So why is she acting when Kazuya literally told her, don't do anything rash? What does she do? This is the epitome of rash. This is the epitome of losing your shit and causing a fucking scene at school and screaming at her. Why is all the blame on Chizuru here? That is genuinely my question. Why is all the blame on Chizuru here? She kissed him. He didn't say anything. It's been 3 days. Why is all the blame on her? She's the one who kissed him. He's the one ghosting her. So why is the blame solely on Chizuru? But then, because we're operating on this false premise, what does this chapter do? It reinforces that premise to us. Because we're so goddamn certain it's Chizuru's fault. Minnie convinced you Chizuru is the problem. Minnie convinced you Chizuru is the problem. You are literally gaslit into believing this because Minnie literally believes this herself. And she literally convinces Kazuya this is the issue. And then when Chizuru does this, what does this do? It reinforces that belief again. On purpose. It is on purpose. It is by design. This chapter is literally operating on false information. We don't know if Chizuru is telling the truth here, and specifically because it's Minnie who operates on false information and Chizuru has lied to her in the past. This is bullshit. Tombi, bro, are you serious right now? In my PV, the kiss was her mask falling, but she wasn't able to remove it. At the time, she's pretty much convinced that her stance is not to do with Kazuya. Now and in the future, something has to change. I don't think she's to blame. Simply, she doesn't love him enough that that's perfectly fine. The important thing is if they're all true to their feelings, and they are. What? I think Chizuru does love Kazuya. The problem is he's not letting her love him. And that's because of Minnie. Minnie is the fucking problem here. She's too involved. Here, you want me to show you how the story fucking knows she's the issue? Here. In the opening page right here, it reads that Minnie is this exact wording. Helpful person who likes to help or look after others. Overly helpful person, annoyingly helpful person, a manager, a go-between, a caretaker. Chizuru called her manager yesterday, and what is Minnie doing right now? Trying to manage their relationship. Isn't that interesting? Chizuru talked to an actual manager, whereas Minnie is playing manager. This raises the question, what did the manager actually tell Chizuru? I genuinely think we don't understand how much Kazuya means to Chizuru, and neither does he, and he needs to learn. And this arc is setting up for us to learn how much Kazuya matters to Chizuru, and how much she matters to him because she doesn't know. He does not tell her. Kazuya tells her he loves her more than anyone else in the world. Kazuya says this stuff, but he doesn't explain and actually give proper answers. And she just needs to understand him better. He needs to let him love her. Or he needs to let her love him, sorry. Why focus so much on Minnie's role? The date was between the two, and the cohabitation ended that way. It ended with Minnie's involvement. I don't understand. What do you mean? Okay, Tombi. Okay. Chizuru kisses Kazuya. Kazuya comes to an answer. He knows. I don't know what kind of change of heart she's had, but last night I could tell she was doing everything not to string me along. She'd never kiss me like that for no reason, right? I know I'm right. Looks at the ring. Suddenly he freaks out. Okay. Commitment. Expectations. They scare him. Okay. He looks up. He doesn't do anything. And then the chapter ends with Minnie showing up. When Chizuru interacts with Minnie in chapter 387, her love is literally everywhere in the room. And Minnie just can't see it. You as the reader have context. The kiss for chapter 387 is the context, and Minnie realizes this in chapter 388. However, what does Minnie do? Minnie actively reinforces all of Kazuya's insecurities. The problem is they need to talk to each other and not Minnie. Minnie needs to not be moving for Kazuya. The thing that happened in 390, it should have been Kazuya talking to Chizuru, not Minnie. Why the fuck is Minnie here? Why is Minnie moving for him? Why is Kazuya at work? How does the chapter start? Minnie literally asks him, did you message her? Not yet. Anything from Chizuru-san? Not yet. Why is he sitting around? Why does Minnie have to act for him? Why does Minnie need to get this information for him? What does he want to do? Why is Minnie doing everything for Kazuya? That's why Minnie is the centerpiece here. The chapter literally, the cover page is literally her. She is the centerpiece. We focus on Minnie in this chapter for a very simple reason. We're operating on her perception and her bias. We're operating on the false reality she has created. The false premise Kazuya has presented her. And she never asks Chizuru anything. She just gets an answer that validates her POV. That's it. We're literally operating on a false premise. So naturally, everything that's being presented to us is false. Right? We don't know fact from fiction. Where did Chizuru start telling the truth? Why the July 11th? Does she want Kazuya to go to the movie? Or sorry, to the play? Does she like what is it? Is she setting this arbitrary date that doesn't make any fucking sense? What is it? You get more questions from this chapter than you do answers. I genuinely believe this. You get more questions from this chapter than you do answers. Because literally here, I'll just read like all the fucking questions I found. Okay. I do have to point out that I don't think the play is a lie or anything, but there's a clear conviction in Chizuru's eyes. But there's a clear conviction in Chizuru's eyes. But something about the chapter is not adding up. I can't put my finger on it. Whether it's the waiting, Minnie saying the obvious, or just how weird it feels. If Chizuru didn't talk to Kazuya, then is she going to? She never really says she wouldn't meet him. The no boyfriend thing isn't just Kazuya, but rental too. And like his birthday is close. Not to mention a possible internship for Kazuya soon. I mean, why not tell him? It's weird. I doubt Kazuya would be bothered by this or anything. If anything, he's happy for her. But to say this isn't strange is weird. One line that stood out to me while reading was when Minnie said, did she really think she could hide it? But did Chizuru hide it, or didn't she? Did Chizuru fail to hide it, or was she not actually trying to hide it? The driver did see Chizuru kiss Kazuya. Maybe she wasn't hiding anything. See, there is a clear mystery here, and it does not add up. And that raises the question of what is and isn't Chizuru hiding? What's fact and what's fiction? This also begs the question: did Chizuru hide something from Minnie here? The play does not seem fake, and Chizuru's eyes are open. But why July 11th? Does she want Kazuya to go to the play then? Why not tell him? Why not explain the kiss before? Why the wait at all? Doesn't the wait just feel like an excuse to keep this going? It's like Reiji is literally saying to the readers, look, I'm dragging the story out like you said. Look, Chizuru is stalling again. It feels intentional, right? We need a more clear explanation of events, not confusion. It's like we ourselves are confused and aren't getting clear information either. Like we aren't communicating with the author or the characters either. We are just confused. We are just as confused as Minnie and Kazuya are. We need clarity on this mystery, just clear communication. It doesn't make sense. I think this chapter is meant to not make sense, to leave us confused and begging for more. For every answer you get, there's another question, and it really should not feel this confusing. Some answers or revelations should come soon. We can only be in the dark for so long. So yeah, I have no idea. I think Chizuru isn't totally being honest here, and I saw her hide stuff from Minnie before. Maybe she wasn't trying to hide the kiss at all. Maybe she doesn't want to hide the relationship or anything. So why? Isn't it so darn confusing, right? Why should she tell him if she is still convinced she doesn't want to get a relationship with him? The multiple rejections are still valid in her mind. You don't know that. I can say, you don't, has she said that? Has she said, you don't know that? You literally don't know this. We don't know. That doesn't make sense. That actually does not, we don't know this. That is literally an assumption. You don't actually know this. Has Chizuru said this? Did Chizuru ever say, yes, the rejections still stand? No. She never said this. We saw her blatantly lie to Minnie, and Minnie literally says, she lied to me. She hid it from me. So why? The rejection does not actually stand. There was a lie happening in that chapter. Why? What other possible explanation? Maybe you don't know anything. Because I don't know anything. Have you considered we don't know anything? And we're actually not understanding this character at all. I think it's important to recognize we don't know what's actually going on. Because every single scene we see Chizuru after the kiss is silent. Is that not the truth? Here. Chizuru kisses Kazuya. She's faceless. We have no idea what she's thinking. Chapter 386. Chizuru goes to the room. She goes cooking, and she doesn't say a word. Okay? She talks to Minnie, and she seems really in love. The love is literally everywhere in the room. The chopsticks are literally constantly on her mouth. She's literally constantly thinking about the kiss. She's so thinking about this so damn much. She wants to ask Minnie, did he say anything else? Even though she knows he didn't say anything else. And then she leaves. You get to chapter 388, and you don't even see Chizuru. In fact, this is the cover page. Literally her sitting and waiting. The key is right there, her phone is right there, and she's literally looking at her family altar. Next to 2 seats. And she literally says she's sharing her worries, her joys, and her sorrows with the altar. And you don't see her once in this chapter. Then, you go to chapter 389, and she's trying to text him. She wants to talk. And you see her, and she's quiet, and she looks like she's about to cry. And then she gets a call from her boss. Which, again, raises the question. How is this a rejection? You don't understand. You have to admit you don't understand. Everything is leaning towards the other direction, that she wants to be with him, that she wants to talk, that she wants to explain. But somehow, the only real explanation is that she rejected him? Even though you are constantly seeing evidence otherwise? Even though literally she's lied to Minnie every time Minnie's asked about the relationship? It does not make sense. We're operating on false information. We're operating on a false premise. Chizuru this is when her friends like say this, and Chizuru tells them to give her a break, but they're like, nah, we're never letting this go, right? Stream died. Looks fine to me. It looks fine to me. Cyber Demon, you sure it's not you? Because it seems fine. It is going well for me. Okay. Yeah. Okay. I'm good then. It's not him. Right? So, yeah. We have this scene where her friends joke about Chizuru ditching them at the beach. And isn't that interesting? I also noticed this panel where Chizuru's friends are saying how she ditched them on the beach and joking about not letting that go. This is a secret right there, since this is when Chizuru went with Kazuya. You guys remember this? Chizuru hid the fact that she went with Kazuya and she was with him the whole time in that beach, and her friends don't know. We don't know if her friends know. Did Chizuru ever tell them about that? Right? And her friends didn't know. Is this a mirror to Minnie? Or how Chizuru bails? We don't know. Right? This is already telling you, hey, look, there's a secret in plain sight right here. Chizuru tells them to give her a break here, and they say, nope, never letting that one go. Which made me think of how fans are on her case constantly for every seeming mistake she makes, and how Chizuru literally can't catch a break. It's just one thing after another with her. I think a lot of people view Chizuru as very troublesome right now, and this chapter clearly reinforces that belief by design. It even lines up with the anime, as Mami in the anime was literally saying how it's all an act, despite Mami clearly operating on half information. So Mami literally says, I can't imagine how, let me pull it up. She's literally talking to Ruka, and she's like, they're lying the whole time. I can't imagine how they must have acted when her grandma was dying. Literally assuming they lied to her on her deathbed. Mami literally assumes they lied to her on her deathbed, and that's literally the thing she uses when she's using Nagomi. But this isn't right, is it? This girlfriend is a rental. This boyfriend is a client. They're both total strangers just pretending to be lovers for the right price, right? Even though he's just a client, Chizuru's feelings might be real. And she's like, oh, what if they get together, pretending the lies they told his family and friends never happened at all? When they clearly want to tell them. Kazuya clearly wants to, he said multiple times he wants to tell his family, but she's operating under the assumption they won't tell them the truth. Does this seem familiar? Would things even work out dating like that? Hiding how they met as rental girlfriend and client. It wouldn't change the fact that they lied. You're operating under the fact that they won't tell them, but they literally will. I heard Chizuru's son even introduced him to her late grandmother. That freaks me out. Imagine the looks on their faces during her final moments. Again, a whole bunch of fucking assumptions. She doesn't know what they did or how they acted or how much Chizuru put thought into it and cried and like fucking bawled her eyes out. I was literally falling the fuck apart. It's all pure assumptions. I do get that this is all kind of sudden. If I was in an awkward question, just forget it, okay? It looks like you've been watching them pretty closely, so I just wanted to pick your brain. All right, let's forget about that one time, okay? I had no idea about the situation. Let's just say like this. Ruka calls her out. Mommy's like, what if I do? What would you do? Okay. Right? She's literally operating on half info. This is why I say Minnie mirrors Mommy. But she is trying to ship them. Mommy's trying to break them apart. Minnie is trying to ship them. But two extremes, regardless of what side they're on, end up on the same issue. Right? Mommy's want to break Kazuya up in Chizuru ultimately results in her actually doing this out of jealousy. That she's just jealous and she likes Kazuya. Minnie, in contrast, is trying to ship them so damn hard, she's actually pushing them apart. Two extremes result in the same problem. An extreme is an extreme. In the end, it just seems like the chapter really left us in the dark like Minnie, but somehow it feels like there's a light. Is the light just another false hope, another stalling tactic, more waiting and waiting? Is there actually something else going on, a plot twist? Like I said before, Chizuru's words prior clearly show a pattern of something very different from what she said here, which gives me the impression there's some sort of lie or omission happening here. The question, however, always comes back to why. What does it mean? Right. Someone made an interesting theory that Chizuru is hiding this relationship until they can resolve these conflicts so that when it's out in the open, there are no problems. This is an interesting theory. It may take some sense. It might make some sense if they communicate. I'll just share what they wrote. The chapter is kind of like a lie to protect what they have, and Minnie is exactly what has always been interfering with their relationship. The illusion is exactly that. They don't want to come out into the open. In the past, it happened and it caused harm. For example, with Ruka and Mami, what really happened was that whenever they saw the two together, misunderstandings arose, and to protect that, they first need to lie to protect the truth. I think Chizuru recognized that problem caused by Minnie, which was true during the whole time living together. Minnie interfered, and that caused a misunderstanding, making Kazuya think the wrong things. I also think that I also think what Chizuru did was in part a lie. It's kind of acting. Look at the projector. It's like a camera. That means she's basically acting. This is an interesting theory, and I kind of see it. It makes some sense. The only thing, however, is that Chizuru would need to tell Kazuya all this, as so far, Minnie is the relay point. Is Chizuru intentionally giving Kazuya false information here, then? Lying to solve a bigger issue? We don't know. Why bother with that? Why does she need to hide or solve anything? If anything, it really just feels like she's trying to get Kazuya to act. That's, to me, is what it feels like. I explained this in the very beginning of the stream. It feels like Chizuru's trying to get Kazuya to act because he won't move. He's literally not moving. Right? What does he think of all this? Everything Chizuru just told him, what does he think of all this? Did you notice how Kazuya never tells her what he thinks in the entire date? He constantly hides what he thinks. He shows it a few times. A few times it just comes out of him. He can't keep it in too much. But most of it he doesn't. And I think that the chapter that perfectly encapsulates this, and the one, people seem to constantly forget about, this is Kazuya's answer in his head to Chizuru's saying, "Why can you say you love me?" I pulled this up many times. Even as I stand here, the real me inside of me is wanting to hold you so tightly. So this isn't the real him, is it? This is not the real Kazuya. He's not showing himself. He's hiding himself. This seems like the first thing that needs to kind of be resolved. This seems like the core thing that needs to be resolved, at least right now. Kazuya showing his real self. And so I can see this being a way to pull that out of him. Is it unfair? Yeah, but it seems like unfair is doing the trick here. Because Kazuya never seems to really want to show himself when safety is presented. And Kazuya, and literally everything Chizuru just said, what does Kazuya have to say about that? Can he tell her? What does he think of all this? Is he going to tell her? Is he going to share? Right? It seems like Chizuru intentionally told this information to Minnie to see what Kazuya will say. What will he do? How will he act? What will he say about all this? The universe is a reflection. What you focus on most, you will see the most. Focus on separation even when you want to connect and you get more separation. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's kind of true. Right? All Minnie sees is the separation, and all Kazuya sees is the separation, so naturally it looks like separation. But maybe that's not even true. We don't know. We don't know. Right? Is there missing information from the talk with the manager? It doesn't feel like Chizuru actually wants to deal with this stuff alone either. Or does she? We don't know. It doesn't add up. That's the interesting take. So this person said, she talked a big game about not caring about being judged or scandals, but there's a difference between being exposed versus choosing to reveal, in my opinion. I don't know, I'm just spitballing. Unlikely to hide the real relationship would be really funny after so much time showing off a fake one. So there's a possibility they could try to hide the relationship just for now until they get some of these things resolved, right? So nobody could know about it, literally like how they were doing it in the cohabitation. We don't know. That's an interesting take, how they want to reveal this. Maybe July 11th is when Chizuru wants to actually publicly show that they are dating, so by then everything has to be resolved, something like that. Mami and Ruka and all that, I don't know, no idea, right? Let's go back to this. I was saying earlier, like all this stuff, he would literally never be in her way of her play. She says this exact line to him in chapter 179, that having support actually means a lot to her, that it's stable and comforting. In the date, she also tells Kazuya to balance his work life and his romance life. She wants his support. She wants to support him, in fact, right? A lot of actresses these days don't bother keeping their love life secret. If I settle on someone, maybe it'd be easier for me than going from guy to guy. Okay, so she doesn't want to keep it a secret, then, right? Doesn't what's happening here not add up? Right? It's literally like Chizuru is kind of lying to the audience. It's literally like we're not seeing Chizuru, and she's lying to the audience, and Minnie represents the audience, so we're literally being lied to because it's not our relationship. Right? It's literally almost like Reiji's telling us to butt the fuck out. Honestly, I want someone with me supporting me more than anything. I'd want them to be with me forever. Being busy isn't a good excuse. Hardship makes the man. You need to put your best effort into both romance and your work. Is Kazuya putting his best effort into romance here? Or is he just running away? What should I do if she thinks I'm an idiot? Don't get the wrong idea. No, that's not what she said. It's not like I'm against it or anything. Not everything goes according to plan in life. But that doesn't mean it's okay not to have one, right? Chizuru literally set a plan in this chapter. It doesn't mean it has to go according to that plan. That's why if we're together, I'd like to know what you'll be doing if in 3 or 5 years. Will you be moving for work? How much time will you have off? What kind of company will you work in? Isn't she seemingly letting him know right here what she's going to be doing in the next month or so? What is he going to do about that? What makes you stressed? How can I support you? How often can we see each other? What kind of life will we have? Literally, has Kazuya asked this? I want to support you. I want to be there for you. You're going through this play. Let me help you out. I want to be there with you. Everything Chizuru has said has lined up. You just need to piece it together and realize what's happening. Chizuru wants to support him. He wants to support her. Okay, like, you got to step up, dude. The fuck are you doing? This feels like a call to action to me. In some ways, what's currently going on in the chapters, it feels like a call to action. All Mommy focused on with Kazuya and Chizuru's connection, forcing them closer, even when she wanted to separate them. Minnie is the reverse. That's actually a really good point. Minnie focused so much on trying to separate them, she got them closer. Minnie is focusing so much on getting them together, she's pushing them apart. And it's ironic when you consider parents who are strict often incite their children's rebellion. More ironic because Mommy's parents are the same way. Damn. This proves without a shadow of a doubt that Chizuru is blatantly lying to Minnie here, just as she lied to her in chapter 387, 319, or 317. This is not Minnie's relationship, it's a bond between Chizuru and Kazuya. She wants to share it only with Kazuya, just him and her, no one else, their relationship. It's a transformation of the secret that Kazuya and Chizuru shared, the one they hid from their family and friends. It is for them to decide what it means, as it began in secret. So too, does secrecy now empower their relationship? There are no secrets between them, just everyone else. I don't think we're at that point. But I could see us getting to this point. I don't think Chizuru has communicated to him yet. I say this, my crazy theory. I don't think this happened yet. I think this may happen later, right? But too many things in the chapter just don't align, you know? So for Chizuru's birthday, for Kazuya's birthday, she really wanted to go, right? And Kazuya's birthday is literally around the corner. And this is what she says. Grandma, the truth is I made a promise to go to Kazuya's. I said they'd celebrate my birthday. Why the fuck are you still here? Why didn't you say anything? Go. This isn't the time to stick around here. What are you doing leaving Kazuya alone? Because you seem like you were in pain. I don't fucking care. I'm fine. Go. Does this seem familiar? Right? Does this seem familiar? Why are you wasting time here? Is Chizuru the one wasting time, or is Kazuya? Everyone's presence in her birthday meant a lot. There's no way she wouldn't want to show Kazuya how valued and loved he is on his birthday. Second, 319. Chizuru tells Minnie she already has a role in another play, but it hasn't been announced. Wouldn't this not align with the current play? So what? Chizuru just has 2 plays? See, doesn't that feel weird? Where was it? No, I guess I posted the wrong picture. Whoops. I posted the wrong picture. Yeah, so Chizuru has another play that we found out about in chapter 319. It just wasn't announced. Let me pull it up. Right here. I'm just checking my script. I have to finish reading by tomorrow. Wow, you've got to do stuff like that in the middle of a play? Was there a change or something? No, it's another thing. I got a new role. Is she lying or is this the truth? She was looking at something else earlier. Did she actually get a new role or is she lying here? Because Chizuru's eyes are closed here. Did Chizuru blatantly lie to Minnie here? Did she pull up a whole new thing that's not real? Right? This doesn't make sense, does it? Huh. It doesn't add up. Was that role fake or is this role fake? What's real? Her eyes were open here, so it must be true. There's some sort of conviction, but her eyes were closed then, so she must have been lying about something, which to us was clearly about the date thing, that she was staring at the date. That's what she was lying about, but was the play real? Third, the kiss to me meant they would go through their problems together, not alone. Chizuru always wanted to support Kazuya and worried if she was a burden to him, but she was not. So how could Kazuya ever be a burden to her? Get in her way. They need each other, right? It doesn't make sense. Lastly, the text from the editor notes in chapter 386, it reads, "The innocent drive towards you, rushing into the best new chapter." This specifically refers to a new arc, the best new arc. Does this sound like the best new thing? If they're like seemingly separated and not together, right? It feels like there's something to be addressed soon. Reiji is intentionally building up the negativity around Chizuru's character to have that eventually be addressed. That's to me is what Reiji feels like he's doing. And the separation doesn't sound like the best thing. It's meant to be exciting, not sad. Now, okay, my theory could be wrong. Maybe Chizuru may talk to him after, or maybe she's already talked to him, but she's clearly hiding something from Minnie. And I think that'll be revealed soon, that the readers or Minnie are seemingly being lied to this whole time. That's very much a possibility since Minnie literally operates on a false premise, right? So maybe Minnie won't hear it, but maybe Kazuya will? We don't know. It's really hard to predict. D-Mail highlights this as Minnie tries to text Kazuya to get information and yell at Chizuru for not messaging Kazuya. But something is interesting about this interaction. Look at how Chizuru reacts when Minnie confronts her versus how she gives her when she gives her the date. Freaked out versus calm. So this was interesting. When we were first reading this, Chizuru's reaction here is really interesting. Like, what are you doing, Chizuru-san? This is what Chizuru freaks out about. And notice how she's hidden in shadow. It's like Minnie discovered something. It's like Minnie discovered something. But it turns out she didn't. So what's actually going on? Right? Is it Minnie figuring it out about the kiss? What's going on? What is Chizuru reacting to here? It feels like Chizuru's reacting to something different than what we thought she was reacting to. Versus when she gives Minnie this answer, she's very calm. You don't see her eyes or anything. Is July 11th a lie? Chizuru freaks out when Minnie says the words, "What are you doing, Chizuru-san?" She then says Chizuru hasn't messaged Master at all, but notice how we never see Chizuru's face after that point. 3 pages of Minnie yelling, but no face from Chizuru, while Minnie's eyes are closed. Look at how Chizuru is completely shadowed out, and she seems totally in control. Isn't that weird? And in chapter 387, Chizuru literally sets very clear boundaries with Minnie. Like, she just walls her out. She sets very clear boundaries with Minnie. It's not that Minnie can't be their friend or can't be their connection or can't know about the relationship. Chizuru's just setting very clear boundaries. Hey, this is mine, not yours. Like, my relationship, my house, I get to decide what to do, not you. But Minnie seems to not care. And I think maybe this is Chizuru doing that again? It's possible. It's almost like Chizuru thought Minnie caught on with that she was lying about something we don't know, only for this to not be the case. And so she creates a new lie, a very specific date. Chizuru is yet again faceless here. Look at this. Look, like this isn't really her identity here. Like Minnie doesn't actually see her, just her words. This is interesting because the way Minnie pulls Chizuru into the room here is reminiscent of chapter 2. Right, I already explained this earlier, right? So maybe now Chizuru is protecting a secret from Minnie, whereas before she was protecting her own secret. Right? She's hiding a secret from Minnie. This connects to the D-mail because Minnie is trying to see if Chizuru sent a text to Kazuya in order to reach a correct timeline, not realizing she's already in it. They may have missed it already happened. She just missed, just as she missed the kiss. So maybe they texted. I doubt it. Right? I kind of doubt Kazuya and Chizuru already texted. That doesn't really feel like the case. We wouldn't have some sort of crazy revelation like that. If that is the case, damn, get played. But I kind of doubt it. I feel like Minnie is missing something. And just like Oda Nobunaga, she never saw them get together. So maybe that could happen behind the screens. Maybe something happened that we're missing. It feels like we're missing very key information here. That seems to be a repeating thing in this chapter. Right? Minnie is literally ignorant of the truth. In SteinsGate, the final result in the end and the finale results in the end and rebirth of a relationship where the two characters, Okuba and Kurosu, can finally start working on building an actual relationship now that they both have a better ideas of what they mean to each other. This seems to align here, especially considering Kazuya doesn't know what he means to Chizuru, right? And this is from the sequel to SteinsGate, right? So that's really interesting. That is the end result of SteinsGate. That the characters seemingly find a way, like literally kind of understand what they mean to each other and actually learn who the other person is and start to actually connect to them and actually possibly have a real relationship. Minnie's words to Chizuru also echoes the words Chizuru said to Mami in chapter 49. It's like every word Minnie said here is something Chizuru already considered and knows. She didn't need Minnie to tell her the obvious. Chizuru already knows all this very well. Minnie is blind. So let's read the chapter. Let's see here. I wouldn't say this in front of Master because I have faith as well, but to have him come this far and still make him wait is something only a cruel woman would do. Yeah, Chizuru knows. What the fuck are you talking about? Chizuru already knows. What the fuck are you talking about? Yeah, she knows. She felt so guilty about it. She wanted to end she wanted to end everything because she didn't want to keep stringing him along without giving an answer, but he said it's fine. And he said he would keep loving her. And I doubt Chizuru is seemingly testing his love here. She's just challenging him. She's not testing how long Kazuya will hold on for 10 to 20 years, that he'll keep loving her. Like, I doubt, no, that's not what Chizuru is doing. Right? But let's keep reading. He believes in you with every fiber of his being even now. He's taking everything you've said to heart. He has faith that one day he'll be rewarded. Why isn't Kazuya saying this? And if he's seemingly having faith in her with every fiber of his being, why isn't he here? Why isn't he talking to her? Isn't that weird? He seemingly has faith in her, but Kazuya hasn't said a word to her. Do you really not care if someone snatches him away from you? It shows Ruka. Kazuya doesn't seemingly care about Ruka. Have you considered she already knows this? Like all too well? That literally she went on the Hawaiians trip literally because she was so worried about Ruka before. I don't know what kind of guy you like, but I don't think you'll ever find someone who loves you as much as he does. I fucking know. Literally, the walk home, dude. Literally, the walk home, dude. She knows. She already knows every single thing Minnie said. I don't think it's possible for me to love it in my lifetime to love anyone more than I love you. There's no shot in hell Chizuru doesn't know. This is a very stupid thing to say. This feels really ignorant and stupid, but we cheer for Minnie because we're like, oh my god, she's saying what I think. How could Chizuru do this? Chizuru must repent. What this is actually about is Chizuru repenting and doing what we want her to do. Which suddenly makes this make more sense. I'm not going to do what you want me to do. I'm not going to do what you want me to do. Maybe this is what Chizuru is saying. I'm not going to do what you want me to do. Yeah, Kibe also gave her this exact same line. Yeah, Chizuru heard this already. And so did Sayuri. Sayuri also said this. That they're more suited to each other than anyone else. But let's pull up Kibe since he brought it up. He cares about you more than anyone else in the world. That's the kind of guy he is. I don't think you'll ever find someone who loves you as much as he does. Yeah, she already knows. His actual best friend already told me this. Huh. And notice how when Chizuru talks to Kibe, they share in the shadows. They look directly into each other's eyes. There's a clear sense of understanding between Kibe and Chizuru. Yeah, I know. Chizuru literally showing her, yeah, I know. I'm all too aware. Yeah, I know. And when he asks her, do you love him? He can just tell by the look on his face, by her face. And what does Kibe do when he sees the look? No, never mind. The look on your face says it all. Kibe matured, dude. Kibe matured. He knows when to back the fuck off. He didn't push her. He didn't push Kazuya. He just talked when they wanted to talk. He gave them what he felt, and he left. He didn't tell them what to do, what to feel, or anything. That's it. This exact scene, literally the opposite of this. The fundamental opposite of this scene. These scenes are literally reversed. And Minnie does not see it for shit. Minnie doesn't see it at all. Because she's so busy being lost in her own sauce and literally saying the obvious to Chizuru, which Chizuru literally said to mommy. If there's one thing I've learned from being a rental girlfriend, it's that the feelings of love are invaluable. Finding someone to fall in love with is actually really hard to do. Kazuya is serious. Are you? Have you ever been serious about him? I hope this sounds familiar. Did it ever cross your mind that this may be the person who can make you truly happy? And in the Japanese, I think it's like happy for life. Huh. It's almost like these are exactly Minnie's words that she's saying to Chizuru, like Chizuru already knows, you stupid idiot. I also want you to notice the similarities between these two panels in chapter 386 of Kazuya and the final panel to Minnie. They're literally reversed. Kazuya is in light and in a black background. Minnie is in shadows, but with a white background. Kazuya saw the truth, but Minnie could only see the light blinding her. She's literally in shadows. Minnie, runs outwards. Kazuya talks inwards. Right? Minnie is literally lost in the sauce. She's literally lost in the shadows. Chizuru also has a moon pendant on her, right? So we pointed out the moon pendant right here, which is really interesting considering the moon motif of the night, of the sharing secrets, of talking about things. So it feels like she's protecting some sort of secret. It's literally like she's the dark side of the moon. It's literally like she's the dark side of the moon because the light is behind her. It's like an eclipse, right? Chizuru is like an eclipse here because the light is literally behind her. Yeah, what do eclipses represent? I know I'm digging. I don't care. I know I'm digging. What does an eclipse represent? Celestial alignment. Huh. Spiritual growth, renewal, fear and danger. Huh. In many cultures, eclipses are interpreted as divine wrath or a destructive force, such as a demon devouring the sun. The word eclipse itself comes from the Greek word abandonment, suggesting a loss of the life-giving sun. Wow. And doesn't Chizuru look like an eclipse here? Right? It's like she's giving up on the sun. And she literally says, I won't have a boyfriend until I'm done with it. Like she abandoned him. Like she gave up. Doesn't that not make any sense? Doesn't that not make any sense? But in reality, it could also reflect cosmic balance, transformation, renewal, light and shadow. An eclipse symbolizes the interplay of light and shadow, representing the balance between clarity and the subconscious, the external and the inner world. Yeah, I do definitely see a sense of clarity and conviction in Chizuru's actions here. She seems really certain in what she's doing. Whether change and endings, whether signaling a destined ending or a fresh start, eclipses embody a profound moment of flux and evolution, pushing individuals out of their comfort zone. Okay, either I'm digging too much, which I totally am, or this shit's lining up too well. But yeah, no, she literally has a moon pendant. The light is literally behind her while she herself is shadowed. It's literally like an eclipse. Like it feels very intentional, right? Chizuru also has a moon pendant reflecting the secrets of the night as she herself is shadowed. Kazuya and Chizuru share much of their secrets in the night, and there is some time gap when Minnie was okay. So again, we don't have any real context for the time gap. Maybe they texted, maybe they didn't. Clearly, they didn't. But maybe Kazuya and Chizuru somehow spoke that night, or they will speak again in a future night. Regardless, things are not adding up, and it's clear Chizuru's words are not lining up with her actions, and that's by design. We are meant to be frustrated with Chizuru here. But Minnie is getting exactly what she wants. All she cares about is them getting together, nothing else. Like the readers who simply want to see their favorite ship sail, not concerned what their feelings and emotions they go through while placing expectations on them. This is Minnie. Yeah, Minnie's pretty much doing that. Like she's pretty much just placing a whole bunch of fucking expectations on them, and Chizuru literally kind of gives her what she wants, right? In the end of it, Chizuru literally kind of gives Minnie what she wants. I had like something else to say regarding Minnie. Let me see if I can find it. My mistake was that Kazuya and Chizuru needed to fight. In reality, they need to remove Minnie, who reinforces roles and creates illusions. The illusion was that they were out of sync. In reality, they are more in sync than they could have ever imagined. Yes and no. Yeah, let's see. Let's continue. Kazuya even told Minnie not to act rashly. Here she is, stalking Chizuru and confronting her in school in the name of her misguided sense of duty for Kazuya, as if Kazuya and Chizuru can't handle this themselves. Minnie can't even see Chizuru making plans with her friends. Minnie even sees Chizuru making plans with her friends. Chizuru's friends mention going on a trip to the beach and snowboarding, which doesn't make sense considering Chizuru is saying she's going to focus on the play. She'll have more jobs in the future, yet those don't seem to be an issue with her friends, right? It doesn't add up. Minnie, of course, never notices this conversation. I mean, I think about Chizuru's logic. If the play requires her attention like this, then what about the next big play that she will get? Will she not have the same? Will she not? And the next big play and the next big play after that one? Will she not have time for a boyfriend then as well? This doesn't add up at all. This is a lie. This is Chizuru sticking to her convictions, keeping Minnie out, even if she has to tell a cruel lie like this, even if she must look like the bad guy. Or she's trying to get Kazuya out, right? Maybe she's trying to get Kazuya out of his comfort zone. Maybe she's trying to challenge Kazuya. Get the fuck out, dude. Come out here. Face me, bro. Stop being a goddamn coward, right? Even if she must look like the bad guy to do it. She will defend their relationship with Kazuya. She will keep their secret between them. She doesn't care what others think. Right. Chizuru has so much faith in her truth now that she will lie to others for it. She no longer feels like a bad guy for lying. She remembered who she is, and she's not guilting herself for these actions anymore. It's the answer to Hawaiians. She will lie when she needs to for love. And I think that's kind of like what this seems to be setting up. Which dwarf are you, Fate? Dwarf? The fuck does that mean? Are we forgetting about the ring? Diamonds from the eye? I guess that could be the ring. That makes some sense. Diamonds from the eye could be the ring. I guess that makes some sense. Jesus. I think there's like a thunderstorm outside. He's hoping there's no issues with the internet. The teaser for next time is Diamonds from the Eye. This seems like it's describing tears, but Chizuru's rental agency is also called Diamond. This could be a misdirect. Maybe it's Kazuya crying for like 3 months. Maybe it's Sumi coming back. Maybe it's eyes sparkling like diamonds. Or it's the ring, right? Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs. I don't fucking know what dwarves I am. Didn't Sayuri say lies are all inherently aren't all inherently bad? Yeah, no, they're not. Everybody lies. No, Sayuri says every single person lies. Literally every human being lies. What matters underneath is the precious truth, right? It's the precious truth of what you actually want. And I think Chizuru is literally embodying that idea right now. She is literally lying to protect her truth. And I think that's why in the end, when she has her eyes wide open, it reflects that. Chizuru is protecting her truth. This is the truth of her conviction. This is literally the truth of Chizuru's conviction. And she's showing that to Minnie. It seems like this is all about remembering who they are and why they do what they do. Maybe it'll be Kazuya's turn soon. Maybe there may be a revelation about this soon. Minnie finding out that Chizuru is lying to her about telling Kazuya the truth, which for readers may be tough. I don't know about Minnie. Like I say here, Minnie may like end up taking a backseat for some time. I'm not sure. The manager could have been the perfect push for Chizuru because this chapter, Minnie wanted to push Chizuru to move. But what if that already happened with the manager, right? Doesn't it feel like the manager already pushed her into that particular direction from the way it's presented to you? But what if that's not actually what happened, right? We never see that conversation. So it's like Minnie thinks she needs to push Chizuru, but what if she never needed a push? What if she just needed some fucking space, Minnie, and she just needed you to back the fuck off? Oh, I was digging too much, like the dwarves. Okay. Heck, oh yeah, and I said, what if this is the same play from 319, or what if that plaintiff was never real? I was saying how this manager is the same person from chapter 99 in a previous thread, and in that thread, Kazuya is the one who came to, and in those chapters, Kazuya was the one who came to Chizuru at night and helped her make a film. What if this is the reverse? What if this is the call to remind Chizuru of her goal? What if this call reminded Chizuru of her goal and what she wanted with Kazuya? Maybe she's calling him to action. In fact, isn't Kazuya supporting Chizuru in 102 fundamentally contradict what Chizuru told Minnie here? She was down, but he helped her back up and made an impossible movie. No way Chizuru would focus on a movie over him. She can do both. Why do you have to choose? You can do both. Heck, his words made her eyes look like diamonds. Diamonds are also known for being durable. Diamonds from the eyes could be tears or unbreakable conviction, much like the promise Kazuya made to Chizuru in the movie arc. A defining moment in their relationship and one directly referenced by chapter 242 and 383. Yeah. So like literally 200, this is from 102. This is from chapter 242. And this is referenced in chapter 383. It's kind of crazy. Okay. Let's see. In other words, we never really understood the character, who she really is, and don't pay proper attention. Yes, people never really took the time to understand Chizuru and got lost in their expectations of her. Much like how Minnie describes Chizuru like a prize to be won. She's a reward, not a person who is seen and thus sees in return, loves and loves in turn. Minnie's eyes are literally closed when she screams at Chizuru, saying all these words that Chizuru already knows. She doesn't see her. She just sees what she wants to see. A bad person who's ignoring Kazuya and giving up on him. Not someone who works even now for the relationship. Right? Chizuru's eyes are wide open here because of the truth of her conviction. This lie literally represents her truth. Her eyes aren't closed because she isn't hiding. And look, if I'm wrong, all right. I'll take the L. I also neglect to mention why Chizuru would not tell Kazuya this. Why would she not message this? Why leave this to chance? It doesn't make much sense. This only tells me that she already talked to him, or at the very least she plans to. It doesn't make sense to just hope Minnie shows up. I also love how Minnie actually looks rather kid-like in this chapter. Her style and dress don't feel mature at all, but childlike. Like she's literally a kid dealing with adult topics way out of her depth, and she doesn't even realize what she herself is a part of. The call was a reminder to Chizuru about her ambition and objectives. She was lonely and sad before receiving it, but that doesn't mean that she will forget Kazuya or the kiss. She wants to resolve it as well. Is it about her ambitions? It does raise the question, what does Chizuru want? I think this is a question of what does Chizuru actually want? And we were shown what she wants. We were already shown. She never gave up acting in the entire time she was waiting for the 3 months. She never gave up acting. That never went away. So what is actually happening here? I genuinely think this might be a challenge to Kazuya rather than a reminder to Chizuru of her ambitions and objectives. Because literally, what makes you happy? And you should pursue it. I think that's almost what Chizuru is saying. Pursue what makes you happy. And it feels like Chizuru is really pursuing that. So maybe it's a call to action to Kazuya to pursue what he wants. I don't know. I genuinely don't know. Something about this chapter does not add up. Imagine next chapter we go back to the night when we text from her manager, flashbacks to Kazuya cheering her on to continue acting. Present day Kazuya calls. Huh. That doesn't. But why would Kazuya see the reason that doesn't make much sense is because we don't have evidence that it's true because he texts Minnie nothing happened yet and he didn't message her yet. That's the only thing we have, right? That seemingly nothing happened. So we would have to see. We literally don't know. What is this? What if the next chapter is a flashback? Again, pure conjecture. We have no basis for this. We literally do not know. We literally have no idea. I do not know, dude. Did I ever finish reading what Mute wrote? Huh. Guess not. However, since she unilaterally kissed Kazuya and confused him, it would have been necessary to line him about the stage matter and tell him to wait. The 3 months Hawaiian amazement incident was for the reason of because it's bad for Ruka-chan. I think the attitude seems to ignore Kazuya's feelings of because I want to focus on the stage is what's being criticized this time as well. Okay. I think the reason Chizuru didn't contact Kazuya is to express, in a manga-like way, Chizuru's determination to call on July 11th, to emphasize not making a boyfriend wait until July 11th. The scene as contacting Kazuya via line was deliberately omitted, I believe. Oh. Wait, does he actually think the same thing as me? That she may have already told Kazuya? This emphasizes not making a boyfriend wait, not making a boyfriend until July 11th. The scene of contacting Kazuya via line was deliberately omitted, I believe. Oh my god, he thinks the same thing as me. Or maybe it's a little different. Let's see. Upon hearing that, Iomori seems to have thought that July 11th was the day when Chizuru and Kazuya's relationship with ban would be lifted. A period of 1.5 months might take about 2 years in reality, but this might be the final chapter, huh? No, I don't agree. This is a red herring. Diamonds from the eyes. It feels like the expression tears comes from the eyes, but there's a question about why diamond. Does it mean something as precious as a diamond? Or is it playing on scales fall from the eyes? I'm looking forward to the next episode. This chapter is messing with us. It is a big red herring. I can feel it. This chapter is screwing with us. It doesn't make sense, and I can feel it doesn't make sense. Reread the text with the context. Did she tell you anything yet? Did she spill anything? AKA the night. And the volume... Is the volume finished with this chapter, or do we have one more? I think this is the last chapter of the volume. I think. The arc or saga is likely Ghosting 2.0 minus the time skipping. Looks like they're not going to contact each other directly until probably Kazuya's birthday. I don't know. I think we're... Okay, so I genuinely believe, at the very least, within 2 chapters, we're going to get some revelation. I genuinely believe within 2 chapters, we're going to get some sort of revelation. I think next chapter is going to be setup, and the chapter after that, we're going to get some sort of revelation. That's my genuine belief. There's no way in hell Reiji would leave us with this many questions and not give us anything. I doubt it. There are too many questions that need to be answered. We are too in the dark. And I don't think readers are like content with that. I think we need some answers. I genuinely think we need some answers, and we're going to start getting some answers. What are your predictions for the next chapter? Sorry, I wasn't there all yesterday, and I don't know if you talked about it in your threads. Okay, so if we go based on the usual pattern, we have a few options. One, Minnie goes and tells Kazuya. And they have their usual back and forth, whatever you want to call it. And you know, we could figure out where things are going to go from there. We can figure out where Kazuya is feeling, what Kazuya would think about all this, and whether he wants to communicate or support her or whatever. Let's see here. But then there's also a few things that make me curious. One, it really does depend on what the title of the next chapter is. Is it just going to be the Fateful Day again? If that is the case, if the next chapter is called the Fateful Day again, that tells me that July 11th is not the Faithful Day or the Fateful Day. That might have been a lie. We could also have a flashback. Considering this is the first chapter of the volume, that could be a little more. So we could have a little more from that. Diamonds from the eyes. That's like literally, it could be like tears. It could be diamonds sparkling. But we don't know. Something about this is not adding up. And I think next chapter is going to be a setup for a twist. And the chapter after that one is going to be a big twist chapter. It's going to be like, what the fuck? What the hell? And then you're going to realize, oh, it makes perfect sense if you reread. Let's see. She already told Kazuya seems conjecture because the way Kazuya is open to Minnie, but not to Chizuru. I don't think Minnie and Chizuru are done talking yet. You don't think so? Chizuru walked out and Minnie was just standing there. It's a break of expectation. That's the thing, though. Minnie always just ends the conversation whenever she wants to. Minnie could have asked her a lot more questions and she chose not to. And that's the point. Minnie doesn't have any more questions. She got what she wanted. She's not going to ask anymore. It's a break of expectations one after another. The piggyback chapter, we were all crazy to see they came home, but no, they cut the next chapter. The chapter was the same. Yep, all these chapters have had that break of expectations constantly, literally like we're wasting time. So we had the walk home in 383. We expected something to happen. Nothing happens, right? We get home, chapter 384. They finally meet again. We expect something to happen. Nothing happens. Chapter 385, Kazuya is leaving. We're like, okay, I guess nothing's going to happen. Something happens. And you're like, what the fuck? Then you get to chapter 386. You expect something to happen. And nothing happens. And then Minnie comes back. Then you get to chapter, 387. And you expect Chizuru to tell Minnie about the kiss or to get revealed or something, or Minnie's going to find out. It doesn't happen. Then you get to chapter 388. You think Minnie texted Kazuya and it's going to be the same night. The night changes, right? You lose another night. Literally, time is passing by. And it feels like they're wasting time. And time is literally moving faster. They've been losing days faster and faster and faster. So you get to 388. Minnie goes to Kazuya's place. You expect her to figure stuff out. Instead, they talk completely past each other. She gets him drunk, and then she finds out and slaps him and tells him, what are you doing here? You gotta go. But then you get a line that tells you, oh, she's gonna get more drinks. So you get excited for Kazuya to go, and you get to the next chapter, and he didn't go. He's still home. What the fuck? And then you spend all the chapter drinking and not doing anything again. And then you turn to Chizuru and you're like, oh no, she's going to text him. What if she texts him? I hope she texts him. And then she gets a call. And you're like, oh, we better hear what that call is. You get to the next chapter. You don't know what the call is. And then that call gets revealed. And it's like the most annoying thing that could possibly be, where Chizuru seemingly picked her career over Kazuya, even though she just kissed him and he's waiting for her answer or something. And you're like, what the fuck? And so literally every single chapter has subverted our expectations in ways we don't like. Constantly. And almost purposefully so. It's like we as readers have no control and we're just on for a ride we don't like. And it seems very purposeful to make us feel this way, but also to show us what it feels like that we do this to ourselves. That like Kazuya is literally doing this because we keep having Minnie talk to him and tell him this shit and literally playing God. In reality, that's not what's going on, you know? I think Kazuya will tell Minnie why Chizuru didn't tell him about this. Wait, what? This is definitely another fight. Yeah, I wonder if a fight needs to happen. I don't know if it's going to be a fight. I actually don't think it's going to be a fight. I think the issue is we think there needs to be a fight. We think there needs to be a fight. In reality, Kazuya and Chizuru understand each other really well, but Kazuya keeps listening to Minnie and his fears. And that's why he doesn't see her. If anything, I think Kazuya needs to remember who he is and why Chizuru is doing what she's doing. I think that's what the chapter is seemingly setting up for, to know why Chizuru is doing what she's doing. What's going on? What has Chizuru been not telling us? I think that's the big thing. There's a big mystery right now. And no matter where you go, you find a new mystery. And the mystery is, what is Chizuru thinking? You simply don't know. You don't know what she's thinking. It doesn't make sense. And it feels like we're setting up for that revelation of what Chizuru is thinking. And when that gets revealed, that'll be an interesting thing, right? What was happening here? What was cooking this entire time? I wouldn't be surprised if Minnie didn't tell Kazuya about July 11th. Chizuru didn't clarify, so Minnie might not want to give Kazuya hopes up. No, she'll tell him. Minnie doesn't care. She'll tell him. She's stupid. Minnie does not think ahead. Minnie doesn't. There's two things you got to know about Minnie. She doesn't think ahead, and she doesn't know how to keep her trap shut. She doesn't know how to shut up. She will tell him. Diamonds from the eyes often mean clarity. That could represent clarity. That doesn't mean it does. That could be clarity, but doesn't mean it does. I'm going with another Minnie and Kazuya chapter, but I hope I'm wrong. I think it might be maybe the last Minnie and Kazuya chapter before something changes. I think it might be. I could see the next chapter being just as divisive as this one, and then I can see the chapter after that being extra fucking divisive. I really would not be surprised. This shit's gonna get more divisive the more and more we go. Now waiting for the revelation. I think like after some more divisive shit and some more revelations, things should calm down a little bit. I think basically we're kind of in the thick of it right now. Like we're literally just kind of in the thick of it. And once things calm down a little bit, like once we've had some time to marinate and think about it, and like the revelations are kind of, kind of out of the window, then we can kind of like have a clarity of where we're going. I think basically right now we don't know where we're heading. We got a big revelation from Chizuru, but we don't know what's happening. We think we do, but we don't actually know. We need more clarity. We need communication. And I think that's just setting up for some clear communication on where we're heading. And then once we have a clear goal, then we can start kind of working towards that slowly. And I think that's kind of where we are right now, to figure out this clear goal that we got to head towards. And the fact that maybe Kazuya and Chizuru might hide their relationship, but they would need some clarity first. So yeah, something is coming up. And I think whatever it is, we can figure it out. It's like you could literally probably piece it together where we're going if we can pay attention to what was going on. What has Chizuru been saying? We could literally deduce it if we just pay attention to what Chizuru was saying, right? So because right now she's not talking. The whole point is that Chizuru is like seemingly not actually talking. We hear her say words, but we don't hear what she's thinking. But what has she said before? We could probably deduce it from that. Whatever that is, we'll have to figure it out. I don't know. Waiting for the revelation of the. Now we're waiting for the revelation of the cast of the stage play. My Beethoven is ready because I'm expecting Umi to be part of the cast. Everybody says that. We don't know. Everybody says that. We don't know. It's not impossible. It's not impossible, but it could be possible. We don't even know if this play is real. We don't know anything about this play at all. Their timelines, reflections of reality, are separating Minnie's focus on separation and is resulting in her own separation from them. You might have to rewrite that. So it's all buzzwords. What's buzzwords? What's buzzwords? I'm confused. What are you talking about? What's buzzwords? What are these buzzwords you speak of? Chizuru talking. No. I think what Chizuru is doing is not just, they're not just buzzwords. I think her words are very intentional. Her choice of words are very intentional. What that intention is, we don't know yet. That's what I'm saying. What Chizuru is saying is very, very intentional. What that means, I have no idea. And I think what all of it means will be revealed and pieced together. I think we will start figuring it out soon. Because Reiji has to resolve some mysteries. He's set up too many mysteries. Like the biggest thing he has going on is Kazuya constantly thinking he knows what Chizuru's thinking when he fucking doesn't. And he keeps thinking about it, and he keeps coming to these stupid conclusions that make no fucking sense. So it seems like the clear result should be to figure out what the hell Chizuru is thinking, to finally piece it all together. Because we're clearly not getting concrete or clear information. So now we need to start piecing it all together. That to me is where we're kind of at right now. Somehow piecing this all together and figuring out at least one mystery. And then we can transition on to other mysteries like Mami, Ruka, or Sumi, or even Umi, right? Because Umi's another mystery, right? That's another mystery we don't know anything about. Reiji clearly set up for us to explore and find out what that is soon, right? Reiji clearly set up for us to explore and understand what the whole deal with Umi is. That was literally the whole point of like when Chizuru kissed Kazuya, that's the first thing he thought of. I don't know what was going on. And it seems like we're setting up to finally explore and figure that out. So I don't know, man. We need to think Omni-Man meme, but it will be Kazuya lying on the ground when someone tells him to think. Think, Kazuya, think! But the thinking isn't doing anything. That's the issue. You're wrong. The thinking isn't doing anything. It's just in the way. He needs to stop thinking and start asking. All he does is think. It's think. He needs to start asking questions. And he hasn't asked a single question. Not to Chizuru. The only questions he asked her were that night. So why not more? What's he afraid of? He asked her questions before and she answered. What's he fucking afraid of? The flashback chapter since the end of the date in Chizuru's POV would be great. Yeah. Again, I have no idea what to expect from next chapter. I don't know. I'm completely in the blank. Kazuya and Chizuru are coming together, phrasing. Minnie's focus is on separation, not only resulting in the illusion of the two falling apart, but her separation from them. Is that what you meant from your earlier thing? So because Minnie is so fixated on how separate they are, that's all she sees, and you think she's separating from them? I guess so. Chizuru rejects him. Kazuya later tells Chizuru, "I will wait for you to love me." Chizuru kisses him. What does it mean? Ask. Ask. You don't know, so ask. Yeah, okay. I think I'll call it for now. I'm kind of tired, getting burned out. It's 4 o'clock where I am, and I've been streaming for 4 hours. Is there anything else you want me to look at while we have time before I end the stream? Is there anything else we would like to discuss? Kazuya is just a big dummy. He's not just a big dummy, he's traumatized. He's traumatized, dude. Kazuya's just really traumatized. And Minnie is a terrible influence. Look, when you're going through shit and you have a friend who's like constantly like fueling that fear, it does get worse. When you have an unhealthy relationship, it makes what you're currently going through worse. And Minnie does have an unhealthy relationship with Kazuya. She makes it all worse. Your perception determines your reality, and that is what's happening with Minnie. Correct. Right? Her and Kazuya's perception are blocking their own reality and not showing them what they're actually doing. and they need to recognize that. I won't be there on the chapter stream uni orientation on that day. PTSD is a hell of a drug. I don't know about a drug. I don't know about drug. I feel like more like a shock collar. It definitely feels more like a shock collar than a drug. The blind leading the blind. Yeah, the blind leading the blind. Whereas Chizuru has her eyes wide open in the dark. Right? Chizuru shows clear conviction and resolve. I love the phrase from Minnie to Kazuya. For Minnie and Kazuya. I love that phrase for Minnie and Kazuya. Fair enough. Yeah. Yeah, Chizuru's eyes are wide open with clear conviction, whereas Minnie is in the darkness and blind. Right? And it looks like her eyes are like diamonds. Don't her eyes look like diamonds? Diamonds in the eyes. Her eyes literally look like diamonds. Finally, getting subbed anime. I try watching Saikono. Huh. Have fun, I guess. Okay, so yeah, I think this is as good a spot as any to stop. Let me see. I got a few more seconds. I'll make it 4:10. I'll stop at 4 minutes and 10 seconds, and then I'll call it a day. And then I gotta work on a few things that I should finish soon. We're on the 27th. I want to finish the Ruka video before the Ruka project ends. So I'm just gonna focus on that. Bye bye, Mr. Johan. Oh, bye to you too. There's also an iron condition that makes your eyes look like diamonds. Okay, we're not gonna. You're digging too deep. As a person who digs too deep, as a personal digger myself, you're digging too deep. You're digging too deep, homie. All right. So with that said, if you guys enjoyed this video, please subscribe, like button, hit the bell icon, keep up with the uploads. Consider supporting me on Patreon because I would really appreciate it. Consider also joining our Discord because we have a Discord and you can talk to me there and it's all fun games. And follow me on Twitter too because I post threads on Twitter where I get too deep into this and overthink this way, way too much. With that said, I've been Fate. And remember, let's mosey. You guys can also check out my streams on Tuesdays for when the chapters come out, and I'll also watch the anime episodes, and then Wednesday where I do my deep analysis, all the fun stuff. I really gotta upload some videos, dude. I really gotta upload some videos, my man, my friends, my homies. Okay, take care. See you guys later.